But however, it is important that we open spaces for those who will be the leaders of tomorrow from civil society, grassroots organization, and the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinka. We also have Vikrant Srivastava, who is the focal person from the Children and Youth Major Group to the United Nations Environment Program. Vikrant, we welcome you on the stage.
Thank you, everyone. Just a correction. Focal point for Asia and the Pacific. We have two global focal point, Gubin and Zubair. Hi, everyone. Very good morning. Okay. I assume you had your breakfast, so need more energy. Ladies, gentlemen, excellency, and fellow youth advocates of the earth, today I stand here with all of my colleagues representing the voice of people from the Asia and the Pacific youth. Those who don't know CYMG, which is also known as Children and Youth Major Group of UNEP, we are the former mandate space for the process and the policies happening around UNEP. At the 11th APFD Forum, our focus is on reinforcing the 23rd Agenda of Sustainable Development with fighting poverty in tough time. We face significant challenge, including poverty and climate change, but we are also finding smart solutions, which you can see outside this room. Moreover, with the upcoming UNIA 6, United Nations Environment Assembly, we have a unique opportunity to amplify our voice and drive meaningful change on a global scale. UNIA 6 provides a platform where youth can actively engage with policymakers, advocates for bold environment action. Let's go deep in SDGs 1, which calls for end of poverty. And it is unacceptable that millions of people still live in extreme poverty. SDG 2 urges to achieve zero hunger. And it's again unacceptable that millions of people suffer from hunger and malnutrition. SDG 3 highlight the urgency need of climate action. While climate change devastating impact are already being happening, to the leaders present here, people who make laws, people who are here as a policymaker, respected guest here today. We ask you not just to hear what young people say, but to work with us. We are all in this together. We are all in this together. We are the young generation ready to help you and to care for the planet. And interestingly, climate change is like a White Walker from the Games of Thrones. Who knows White Walker? So climate change is like a White Walker from the Games of Thrones television series. It's something too big, complex, and out of our daily life concern. And to really understand it, one must see and feel it on ourselves. Therefore, to build a next generation climate leaders. And we have designed this APFD Youth Forum uniquely as one of the best examples for this uniqueness. In conclusion, let's listen to our voices for their as they are the torchbearer for our planet future. Let's commit to a bold and transformative action guided by the principle of sustainability, equality, and justice. Together, we can create a world where individual lives and where the beauty and diversity of our nature are preserved for the generation yet to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikrant. Lastly, we have Muhammad Ashraf Ali Fatima Asma from Sri Lanka, providing the welcome speech on behalf of all the Youth Forum participants. She is a dynamic entrepreneur leading the change in transforming agriculture, and she is dedicated to revolutionizing farming through sustainable and organic practices while promoting awareness through AI art and real-time practices. Welcome, Fatima.
Good morning, all. Welcome to Welcome to the 11th Asia Pacific Sustainable Development Youth Forum 2024. I am Asma, founder and CEO of Agria, and it's an honor to open this transformative event. Your diverse, sorry, your diverse perspectives are vital for our shared goal of sustainable development. Let's embrace these days for collaboration, learning, and innovative solutions. Our, col- our collective actions can shape a sustainable future. Thank you for joining this crucial dialogue. Together, together, let's inspire and empower positive change beyond these walls. Wishing you an enlightening APFSD Youth Forum 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you to everyone who gave a wonderful welcome speech. Now we will be moving on to the introductions. We have 30 minutes for the introductions round. For the participants joining us virtually, I would like to request you to please write your names, country, your organization in the chat and introduce us to yourselves. For the ones who are here in this room, we'll give you 10 minutes to introduce yourselves to your fellow participants who are sitting with you on your table. Each of you will be sharing two things. One is about your organization, your name, organization, and your country. And the second one is what are you passionate about? You have 10 minutes to discuss this in your table. And after 10 minutes, one representative from each table will share the summary of the diversity of the country that you come from and the gist of your colleagues' work. And each representative will have 1 minute for the sharing. So we may start now. Since all of you are enjoying talking to each other so much, we'll give you 4 more minutes and then we can start sharing.
Sometimes China, sometimes Russia, sometimes America.
Hi, hi. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, people of identities, we are table one. I'm Shondeep from Bangladesh. And in our table, we have Bhavna from Bhutan. We have Lucky from Bhutan. We have Dechen. Currently, she is not in the table. We also have Maria from Pakistan. And yeah, so, and Shai, lastly, Shai is there, but not here. I don't know. She is from Maldives. So we are from 4 countries in this table. We are representing the YPR Asia Pacific Center, me for myself, and CYRC. So what makes us passionate? What are we passionate about? So as the name suggests, we YPR are passionate about the peer education. And besides that, we advocate for the SRHR and young people. We also work with the mental health challenges and we are especially focused on the SDG, good health and well-being. So we are looking forward to have an engaging time in the next 2 days, and let's make an impact together. Thank you.
Thank you, table one. We can move on to the next table.
Okay, just a moment. Can we do like uh so this is the symbol of sign clap just for the like to show the solidarity on the inclusivity and intersectionality. So this group, except one, we all are from Nepal. So in terms of the nationality, we are from Nepal and one from Kenya, but working in Thailand here. And another similarity that we talk about here is like we are gender balanced here. We also represent inclusivity. And in terms of the work, like many of us represent right now, NATO. Apart from that, two represent UN agencies and one represent youth network alliances. And like we are very passionate about especially goal number 3, 13, 16, and 17, which are all about climate action, good health and well-being, and partnership for the goals. Yeah, and so something personal passionate is like most of us very passionate about traveling, watching films, and making fun of jokes like this. So we are here to entertain you throughout the youth forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neer. I would like to request all the speakers to speak a little bit slowly because interpretation is happening side by side. So yeah, let's move on to the next table. It can be just right behind the one that spoke right now, just before.
Hello, hi. Okay. So yeah, some of you will never will always remember my face and my name because I'm the one who lost my phone at the first day of the event. So yeah, really nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself again. So my name is Shar. I'm from Myanmar, Burma. So I would like to represent my table, the group that I have been discussing with. So my tables, my group has three like representative country from Mongolia, Philippines, and also Myanmar, Burma. So each have their own passions and also interests about climate actions and also gender equality and water sector, water issues happening in Asia Pacific region and also South Asia region as well. So I mean, it's really nice to meet with a lot of passionate and people from Central Asia and Asia Pacific because I'm also come from the country where a lot of complex situations are happening. And also right now in Myanmar, we are facing with a lot of civil wars and also conflict sensitive region. Also climate justice issue is really critical in these regions. So I really got a lot of courage from them and also their leadership skills in like different sector, like for the planetary health and also water sector, like for addressing these like today themes, sustainable goals through intersectionality approach is really critical in this kind of challenging and also uncertain time. So really nice to meet with a lot of passionate rising young leaders in this forum, and I really hope that I got like a lot of insightful thoughts and perspective from you to address this challenging issues in order to like implement sustainable, resilient innovation future in the Asia Pacific region. So nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Let's also try to keep it within 1 minute.
Am I audible? So good morning, everyone, and good morning, online souls. So my name's Kenneth. I'm from Hong Kong, and then we have a table of six. Unfortunately, two of them have a toilet break. So we have two from Nepal, one from Myanmar, one from Uzbekistan, one from Bangladesh. So we have six people, and we have five represented countries here, and we have a lot of diversity in our table. Some of us work in SIHR, some of us work in quality education, and for me, I work in youth empowerment and partnerships, most likely from the International Federation of Medical Students Association. So we work in a lot of different issues, and I got so excited to see a lot of young faces here because it's really a youth representation here. So hope to see you all in the coming 3 days and have fun together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So we have people from 3 countries here. Thanks to Sharon, we had a good icebreaker where we shared the favorite flavors of our ice cream, ranging from salted caramel to butterscotch to mango. Apart from that, we have people from who are working essentially at the grassroots level at across various paradigms, respect to climate change, SRHR, people working for mental health. So very diverse here. And apart from that, one suggestion from our group that since we are already sitting with people whom we know, so if deliberate attempts can be made to just make the groups a little more, inclusive from different regions, I think that'll be great. So I think that is it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So we just came up with a group name just now, and we call ourselves the eagle because it's a resilient animal, right? And we think of ourselves as being resilient. Okay, so our group is made up of young innovators, environmentalists, climate and activists, feminists, and future leaders. Our passions are as diverse as the countries that we come from. We have Anam from the Maldives. He's not here. I think he left. That's okay. And we have Ava from Vietnam. And then we have Selau from East Timor. And we have our Pacific representatives from Fiji, which is, what's it? Allah, apologies, Allah. And then myself, Edwin, and Marisa from Papua New Guinea. So our passions include climate change, education, women empowerment, community development, and conservation. And we hope to get as much as we can and learn from this forum and get to know you all as well. Thank you.
Am I audible? Hi, everyone. So we are Diverse Six. She's just joined us. Sorry, I don't have much to say about her. So coming from various backgrounds, I'll just quickly take names. So we have Alex, Ryan, Navira, Jen, and me, Guneet. So we work in various areas. So Alex is interested and is passionate about working on carbon credits. I'm specifically very passionate about stories and storytelling. And we have Jen, who is interested to work upon innovators who specifically have interest in education and livelihood. And two of us are here from Bangladesh, Ryan and Navira, who are interested in exploring regions and also about traveling. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Okay, this table we consist from 3 countries. The first one is Thailand, Amy, and me. So Amy focuses on gender equality, and me interested about the students' right. Okay, and the second country, the only one, Oman. Oman is from Nepal, and she's passionate about the construction right. Oh, one. Okay, lines and conclusions. And last country, Indonesia. So we have 50, the most popular here. I think most of you already know. And then we have Guma, and then Anna, Sophia, and me, Indra. We have from different background. Fitri, she's a medical doctor. That's why she's focused on children and health. And Guman and Anna will focus on gender equality. And Sophia, she's work closely with the teacher who teach on the children with disability. And I am also work for the climate change and especially for disaster regulations. That's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hi. I will say hi, you have to say hello. Hi. Hello. You match my pitch. Hi. Hi. Thank you. We had this fun. Our group was very like loud and queer. But we have Lynn. I will do like a Miss Universe kind of a thing. We have Lynn from Vietnam. Please. We have OG from Mongolia. We have Ploy and from Thailand. Okay. We have Henry from Malaysia. We have Xian from China. And I am Kaikusha from India. Okay, thank you. We love food. We love dancing. We love singing. We are very fun. Please connect with us whenever you want to. This is my networking thing. Yeah, but that's it. I think we are majorly working on the issues of SRHR, health, gender equality, climate change. Again, this is a tip. Please meet us again. Thank you. I think this group.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Karen Lama from India, and I focus on young LGBTIQ+. Here we have Meher from India again, and she's working on urban health prevention, gender-based violence, as well as focusing on children and young people. We have Hides from Iran. She's working on climate change, especially focusing on water shortage. We have Susma, who is focusing on SRHR from Nepal. We have Nayan and Fatima, both are from Sri Lanka. They are working on safe abortion and organic farming. We have Piu from Myanmar. She is working on SRHR. Okay. Okay, we have Sila from Pakistan, and she is also working on SRHR, especially focusing on women access to SRHR during the humanitarian crisis. Thank you so much.
So hello everyone, namaste. My name is Anjali and I'm going to introduce my table here. We have an amazing diverse group of young people representing Bangladesh and Nepal. We have people working from grassroots level to community engagement to policy advocacy. We have a representative from Weekend Cox Bazar, Pachola, Visible Impact, Nepal Institute for Climate Action, Nari Poko, and Women Disability Development Foundation. And we all work in different sectors from focusing on young people engagement in climate change to women with disability to climate migration, LGBTQ rights, and sexual and reproductive health rights of young people. Everyone at this table are passionate about making a world a better place by advocating and campaigning for the rights. And among us, we also have the first Diana Award winner from the Asia Pacific region, Manisha here. So let's all congratulate her again. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. I thought we were last, so I was gonna say save the best for last, but I guess I can't say that anymore now. So, okay. Here in our group, more than the countries that are represented, the sectors that we are representing is very diverse. So we have Jubai from Bangladesh, who's working towards women and sexual reproductive rights, which is very commendable. And then we have Mayu from Laos, who's working towards queer rights. And we have most of here people working towards disabled rights. And most of us four, are working towards climate action. Yeah. Fun fact, the four of us will be competing next week for the Youth Climathon. So we say we're friends now, but next week we won't be speaking to each other. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, hope to see you guys. Hope we can be friends, and feel free to approach our group because we'll be loud. Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, we still have one more table for the introduction.
আমাদের বাংলাদেশে climate হয়,
Can we pass the mic?
Hi, everyone. My name is Grace and I'm from Australia. On my team, on my table, sorry, I have JC from Malaysia, Sylvie from Turkmenistan, Ashley from Malaysia, Aijan from Kyrgyzstan, Vikral from India, Vinka from Indonesia, and Masha from Malaysia. Everyone, round of applause for my team. Thank you. Very multi-talented people on my table who are working, studying and volunteering in a range of subjects. We have volunteerism, statelessness and migration, family planning, sexual education, and the youth participation and empowerment, and climate, as well as a range of subjects here. Sorry, I made notes, so I cheated a little bit. But yeah, so proud to introduce the table here, and thank you for having us, and also hello to the folks online today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And let's not forget all the participants who are joining us virtually. So maybe 3 or 4 people who are joining us online, you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself to everyone in the room. If anyone is willing to volunteer. So okay, so no one volunteers, so I'm gonna call out random names now. So maybe Ajaz Ullah from, okay, Ajaz Ullah, maybe you can introduce yourself. Do we have Alamin Pranto from Bangladesh? Arnav, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you for having me here. First of all, I would like to thank APFSD team. And I'm Arnav Shreyash. I'm from India. I'm 17 years old and founder of International Youth Concern Society. So we basically focus on environmental conservation, and I'm here to learn more about sustainable ways so that we can uh, do waste management that can clean our rivers and oceans and make it free from plastic. I'm also here to discuss about gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnav. We have few other hands raised also.
Can I?
Yeah, sure.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Amer Teresia. You can call me Amer. So I'm from Indonesia, and I'm representative of Gak Tabu Lagi. So Gak Tabu Lagi is platform, educational and information about health, reproductive sexual health, and I'm passionate about climate change, DRR, and also SRHR. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you all.
Hello everyone. My name is Tashibumpa. I am from Bhutan, and I'm here to represent YPA Bhutan, then Pride Bhutan, Choir Voices of Bhutan, and I'm also a member of Global Shapers Hub Community Thimphu. And we are mainly focusing on gender-based violence, advocacy on SRHR. Then we do research on climate change. And I'm very happy to virtually be here present with you all, and I'm hoping to learn more from this forum. And I would like to thank my team, especially Ajim Bhavana Pradhan from Bhutan, for always supporting me. And I would love to know everyone and learn a lot from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Kashi. Maybe one or two people, and then we can wrap up.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Najwa Kader. I really wish I would be there in person. I'm from India. I'm an aspiring agri-food sustainability specialist, currently doing my master's in sustainable agriculture, food system and rural development at University College Dublin, Ireland. While my master's, I am also the campus director for Hals Prize, which is the world's largest student entrepreneurship competition running in partnership with the United Nations. And yes, I'm also a climate ambassador. And as an early stage founder of a startup in India for fostering sustainable food system advocate, I'm also taking the pride of a mom entrepreneur. I'm a mother of a 3-year-old, so I'm driven by a deep sense to create a more resilient future, not only for my child, but also for a future yet to come. And yeah, I'm happy and glad to be here with you all. Thank you.
Maybe one more person.
Hi, everyone. Am I audible? Okay. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So I am Sarot Juan from Mongolia. I participated APFSD last year physically, and it was a pleasure for me to meet everyone. And organization team is working so hard, and I'm pleased to also participate online this year. And I'm working for as a gender and social inclusive officer as a full-time, and also I'm doing a volunteer jobs in Mongolia, which is a Gobi Bear Foundation, which is aiming to support Gobi ecosystem. At the same time, I'm also co-founder of Hiking with Knowledge, which is aiming to encourage youth to study more social and environmental science things on the field trips. And I'm pleased to participate online, and also nice to meet you all. And good luck, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for the introductions. For those who are joining online also, thank you so much. Looking forward to a youthful and energetic and meaningful participation and engagement during these 3 days. We'll be wrapping up the session now. We can move on to the tea break, and we can meet at, it's 10:55 right now. We can meet at 11:30 sharp in the room.
Everyone is going.
11:25, sorry. So we'll be meeting after 30 minutes.
Go, go, go. Oh, yeah.
Recently, I went
Everybody, hello. Who have not collected your DSA, please bring along your boarding pass and meet me at the counter, the registration counter, okay? Boarding pass, bring along your boarding pass. Thank you.
Yeah. You get the badge. You didn't see my name. Very, very big.
Hmm.
Two.
We request everyone to settle down in your places. So welcome back, everyone. We have also one announcement to make, and that is there are red ribbons near the registration desk. In case anyone does not want to be photographed, you can just make that ribbon visible for the photographer, and your picture will not be taken. So we will now proceed to the next session. And this session is being co-moderated by me and our youth scholar, Leiki. And we welcome you all back again. And today is going to be quite intense in terms of the learning curve, starting from now. There will be a lot of presentations that you will be hearing, a lot of youth voices. So have your energies up and engage in this whole learning conversation. And now we will get into the opening remarks. We will start off with the opening remarks by Mr. Guy Bernard Ryder, Under Secretary General for Policy, Executive Office of the Secretary General. And we can have the video message from Mr. Guy Bernard Ryder first.
Excellencies, dear friends, greetings from New York. It gives me great pleasure to send a message to this year's Youth Forum in advance of the Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development. Our world needs the active engagement of youth more than ever to meet the challenges that it faces. From climate change to conflicts, poverty to inequalities, the pushback on women's rights, to runaway technological development, the list goes on. And at the halfway point on our road to 2030, progress on the Sustainable Development Goals is very far from where we need it to be. Developing solutions to these challenges across borders and sectors and side by side with young people is the only way forward. And that's why the Secretary General placed the concerns and the perspectives of youth at the heart of his Our Common Agenda report. And it's why we have since established a UN Youth Office and designated its head of office, Assistant Secretary General Felipe Paulier. And he is a senior UN leader today. And it's also why we convened a Transforming Education Summit in 2022, and why we continue to mobilize to ensure that education delivers the knowledge, skills and values that learners need to steer our world to a better future for all. And it's why the Secretary-General published last year an important policy brief on meaningful youth participation. And this brief responds directly to what young people have been telling us for many years, that you feel ignored by decision makers even when you are at the table, that you are left out of the decisions that affect you the most, and that you are tired of tokenistic and unrepresentative youth participation opportunities that have no real consequences. So, dear friends, we all know young people can be a driving force for a better future. That has been said for years and said by just about everybody. But unless young people and youth-led organizations are meaningfully included in decision-making, and they are empowered to drive change and to hold governments and others to account, then that potential will be wasted. This September in New York, the UN will convene a summit of the future. And the task for member states who are right now negotiating the summit's Pact for the Future is very clear. It is to find agreement, common ground and multilateral solutions to some of our biggest challenges, securing a more just and effective global financial system, delivering more effective responses to peace and security challenges, putting technology at the service of humanity, and securing the rights and the interests of future generations. And in keeping with his strongly held convictions, the Secretary-General is calling on member states to ensure that the concerns and the aspirations of young people are central to the discussions and to the outcomes of the summit. And in particular, he is urging member states to ensure that the Pact for the Future includes tangible commitments to make meaningful youth participation in decision-making the norm rather than the exception. And there are a number of concrete ways already now for young people to engage. The co-facilitators of the summit, they are the permanent representatives of Germany and of Namibia, have organized consultations with young people, youth-led or youth-focused organizations, and invited their inputs into this Pact for the Future, the outcome document of the summit. A further opportunity for engagement will be at the UN Civil Society Conference, and that will take place this year in May in Nairobi, Kenya. That summit will aim to ensure that young people are heard and that they can engage with world and thought leaders alike. It will be an opportunity for young people to activate meaningful action towards creating sustainable and inclusive futures. And as you meet today, I therefore want to pass along to you one simple request. Engage, mobilize, activate your peers, your families, your communities, and unite with other youth across the world so that we can secure the most ambitious and most effective outcome of the Summit of the Future that is possible. Let's shape a better future for all, and let's do it together. Thank you very much. Excellency.
Thank you, sir, for that address, and also for taking time to speak to all the APFSD Youth Forum scholars through a video message. We have also noted earlier today that the regional call to action will be one of the key outputs of this process, which will also feed into other processes such as the ECOSOC Youth Forum, the HLPF. It will also feed into the Summit of the Future, which is going to take place sometime in September. And the voices of the young people of the region is something that will be represented. We now have with us Ms. Juliet Nicole Braslow from the United Nations Economic and Social Commission, ESCAP. Juliet and team UNESCAP have been staunch supporters of the APFSD Youth Forum, and they have been enabling this platform for all of us to convene and come together. On that note, I would invite Ms. Juliet to come and make the opening remarks.
Good morning. Oh, yes, I got the energy. Great. So it's a pleasure to be here and wonderful to see all of your smiling faces. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the youth engagement process and opportunities at the upcoming APFSD. You're already part of it if you're in this room physically and virtually today. Let's see. I'm waiting for my presentation, but I'll get going. There we go. All right, great. So already hearing about you, the work you're doing, your energy and commitment is very inspiring. So we are excited to have you as part of the APFSD. As the Undersecretary, as a General Guy Ryder mentioned, this is based on the common agenda. So this work that we're doing is linked to what we see for the future. And the vision of the future is really for having youth engagement, meaningful youth engagement in the policy and decision-making process. And we can see in the policy brief linked to the common agenda that youth are key to identifying new solutions that our world urgently needs. And when it comes to participation and decision-making, youth are not as visible as they should be. So that's why we are all here together today, and we want more of your participation and your voices. So we want to make it the norm, as USG Ryder mentioned, and to really help expand and strengthen youth participation, make meaningful youth engagement a requirement in all UN decision-making processes, and facilitate greater diversity, representativeness, and preparedness in youth participation. So I know you'll be doing many of these things over the next few days here together as part of the Youth Forum. And that feeds into the 11th Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, the APFSD, where we really have the theme of looking at delivery of sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions in Asia and the Pacific. Just walking in, I know there's already some of those innovative solutions coming up that we can see, and I'm sure we'll hear even more about what you're engaged in this space too in the coming days. And as you know, we'll be digging into the 5 SDGs that are under review at APFSD and at the high-level political forum in July. 1, 2, 13, 16, and 17. And I know you'll soon be getting into the details and sharing your experiences and lessons on these SDGs and these areas. To put it in the broader context, which I think you've already heard a little bit about today, but just so that it's all there in one place, the follow-up and review on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs comes in different areas. So at the national level, it includes the voluntary national reviews. So there are 11 countries this year in the Asia and Pacific region who are conducting their voluntary national reviews to look at what is the progress and what are key action areas. And maybe there's space. So if you are in one of those countries, we can talk to you about that, but you can also see where there may be space to engage and to follow what comes out of that. Then at the sub-regional level, we have sub-regional forums on sustainable development that feed into the APFSD. And I think some of you may have been involved this past year in the preparation, and these messages will come from those into the forum next week as well. Then we come to now and next week, the APFSD at the regional level to really look at what's happening in the 2030 agenda in the region. And then the messages from APFSD, from what you are going to be discussing in the next days as well, will be taken to the high-level political forum in New York in July. And this year is a special year, also to the Summit of the Future in September. So looking at where we are now in the regional process, where can you be engaged? What does engagement look like in APFSD? Well, every year we have a call for side events and exhibitions, and there's lots of youth engagement this year, and there's space also to keep an eye on this space for the next year, for the next cycles. We also have goal profiles and roundtables during the APFSD that dig into and discuss the progress and priority areas for all of the SDGs under review that year. And here now, the APFSD Youth Forum, where you'll generate the call to action, and there will be some representatives from the Youth Forum that go on to the People's Forum, as well as represent the messages to the APFSD. It's a very brief overview, but please feel free to ask if you have questions about this. In addition, to become engaged fully in these processes, there's a call for major groups and other stakeholders every year, and that usually happens at least a few months before the APFSD. And it's a great way to make sure that you have the potential to be involved all the way through the process to the People's Forum as well as APFSD. So keep an eye on that space for the next cycle if you weren't able to apply for this cycle. The other opportunities that I mentioned include side and associated event participation. There's in-person and virtual and hybrid events, volunteerism, and the exhibition. So this year we'll also have new added interactive elements in the exhibition at APFSD. So these are some opportunities. You can see the QR code to get more information on the webpage, and even an example of a virtual event that you could tune into next week. And one other great example, which I think some colleagues here have already mentioned because they're participating, is the APFSD Youth Climathon. So this is something we're doing for the first time at APFSD to really bring together and support innovative solutions for the acceleration of climate action. And there's been teams who've worked incredibly hard since January to develop solutions for sustainable futures and really promote partnership working together. And we have solutions that have been shared and some already that have gone on to the final round, which we'll hear next week on the 20th, in categories of urban resilience, climate smart agriculture, and natural ecosystem preservation. I heard that there are many of you working in these areas, so I encourage you to tune in. You can see more information there at the QR code. So that's just a taste of what's going to be coming next week. Then after next week, going forward, there'll be the EcoSoc Youth Forum in April. You've already heard a little bit about this, and I'm sure you'll hear more. And then also in May, excuse the typo, in May in Nairobi, as Guy Ryder mentioned, there will be the CSO conference in the lead up to the Summit of the Future, which will take place in September at the end, near the end of this year. So there's lots of opportunity to continue to be engaged and have your voice heard and be part of the discussions and the action towards the future. So I thank you again for being here, for your commitment, your energy, and all that you're bringing to the discussions now and for the future. Thank you again.
Thank you, Juliet, and thanks for sharing all those opportunities that the APFSD Youth Scholars can engage in. Our next opening remarks are by Joy Quitan Hernandez, who is from APRSEM. APRSEM is the Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism. That is also a youth constituency of APRSEM, and this youth forum actually engages with that youth constituency. And Joy will be speaking to us about the People's Forum that will be happening from in the next few days, and the opportunities that some of you can engage as part of the People's Forum. Joy, are we having Joy in? Okay, so she will be tuning in via the virtual mechanism. Over to you, Joy.
Thank you very much, Sai. Sorry that I'm not able to meet you in person, but I hope to meet you in person during the People's Forum. On behalf of the Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism, or the APRSEM, I am pleased to share with you about the Asia Pacific People's Forum on Sustainable Development that will take place on 17th and 18th of February in Royal Princess Larnluang Hotel. The theme for this year's People's Forum is Change the System, Shift the Power, Advancing People's Demands for Development Justice. The world is still in the throes of multiple intersecting crises. While the prevailing neoliberal order would have made us believe in the narrative of recovery, the truth is far grimmer. The challenges we face today are not merely isolated incidents, but rather interconnected crises stemming from a system rooted in the unbridled pursuit of power and profit exacerbating inequalities and perpetuating violence and conflicts. In the Asia-Pacific region, the outlook is particularly bleak. Despite modest economic growth in some areas, the majority of countries are grappling with soaring inflation, crippling debt crisis, and a widening gap between the rich and the poor. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated these inequalities, pushing millions more into extreme poverty and deepening food insecurity. Furthermore, the region's over-reliance on coal and fossil fuels has led to a drastic increase in emissions, exacerbating the climate crisis and leaving communities vulnerable to natural disasters. Meanwhile, attacks on human rights activists, coupled with restrictions on rights and are on the rise, further eroding democratic values and exacerbating social tensions. In the face of these challenges, the transformative promise of the Sustainable Development Goals seems to be rapidly fading. Despite some incremental progress, the majority of targets are unlikely to be achieved by 2030, leaving billions of people behind and failing to address the systemic barriers that underpin our predicament. The SDGs need to address the systemic issues, many of which are legacies of the colonial past and continue to perpetuate greater injustice in the current political and economic order. The People's Forum call to change the system, shift the power, is a call for a radical shift in our approach to development. Development must be decolonized, decarbonized, deliberalized, and democratized. We want the effective implementation of development justice, which entitles every human being, including the youth, to meaningfully participate, contribute to, and enjoy economic and political rights, and restoration of planetary boundaries with adequate reparation from the polluters and the profiteers. But amidst the multiple and intersecting crises, the people of Asia-Pacific are advancing their demands for development justice. And in shaping the path to development justice, we recognize the indispensable role of the youth. The challenges we face demand the active and meaningful participation and innovative solutions of our younger generations. From the sidelines, the youth must be included and put into center in decision-making and have a say in shaping their future amidst the multiple crises. At the People's Forum this year, we want the youth to take part in meeting the following objectives. First, fostering exchange among organizations and enhancing the capacity of civil society and youth groups on sustainable development from a development justice perspective. Collectively building critical analysis, positions, and recommendations on the people's demands of development justice vis-a-vis the commitments to the 2030 agenda that will be put forward to the Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development and the High-Level Political Forum. In the development of the CSO collective statement, we hope to include the positions, aspirations, and recommendations of the youth constituencies as well. We want to reflect also on the work of the APRSM and agree on joint actions to continue to foster solidarity among movements, advocates, and civil society and youth groups in Asia and the Pacific. Beyond this, the People's Forum 2024 is a reassertion of people's struggles and celebration of their victories. It stands as a beacon of resistance and a testament to our solidarity and collective resolve to break the systemic barriers to development. It is a call to action and a demand for development justice, where the collective voices, fresh and innovative perspectives, and committed actions of the youth are crucial. The time for action is now, and it is up to us, each and every one of us, especially the youth, to rise and demand for a more just, equitable, and sustainable world today and beyond 2030. It is now time to change the system, shift the power, and advance people's demands for development justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joy, for sharing the structural and the systemic issues that underlie for us to not achieve the SDGs as planned. And many of you know that, halfway into the SDGs, we are nowhere near achieving, the goals and the indicators that we want to achieve. Joy has very nicely, eloquently put in what the multiple and intersecting crises that are there, and how development justice framework as a framework is what APRSM is taking forward. And that is what would be the solution, which fosters, focus on climate justice, on gender justice, on economic justice, and other justice frameworks. So thanks, Joy, again for making time. And we will now actually move to the opening remarks by the national country level APFSD Youth Alliances representatives. As we have said, since 2017, the APFSD regional youth forum has been started. And what we have seen as a growth is at the national level as well. There have been national level APFSD Youth Alliances formed. It has been formed in Nepal. There are some strokes of, an alliance in Bangladesh, and now in PNG, in Bhutan, and in Mongolia. And I call upon my co-moderator, Lake, to enable this session around the opening remarks by the National APFSD Youth Forum Alliance leaders. And Lake is from Bhutan, and he is currently living in Australia. And he is the YPeer core team member, and he's an activist and has been involved not just as part of this organizing team, but has been working with us over the years. So Lake, over to you, and to take the next session forward.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sai. Well, now we have a country APFSD Youth Alliance representative who will be delivering their opening remarks. And the first, we have Ms. Shilpa Lamichani. She's from Nepal, and she works with Visible Impact and has been advocating on SIHR for past 5 years. She is a strong social change believer, and she has been a youth activist in Nepal. So welcome, Ms. Shilpa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited, and I hope the enthusiasm that I feel in this room is shared by all of you. This is Shilpa, as mentioned by Lake, and I'm here representing Visible Impact and Nepal APFSD Youth Alliance. So Visible Impact is a youth-led organization that I currently work with, and Nepal APFSD Youth Alliance is something I'm going to talk about now. So Nepal APFSD Youth Alliance, in short, we call it NAYA, N-A-Y-A, NAYA. And it has been an initiative, in fact, a pioneering initiative in Nepal that has now emerged as the shining example of youth involvement for sustainable development. You might want to know how and when it started. So it started in 2021. It was started by the young people, the young organizations who were part of APFSD Youth Forum in 2021 and other subsequent forums, including the People Forums and main event. So when they participated in APFSD Youth Forums and other subsequent forums, there was a realization. We had a realization of the need to link the national perspectives with the regional and international mechanisms and processes. There was a realization of the need to have the national space where young people can come forward, can come in the forefront and engage in the implementation and monitoring mechanisms of the Sustainable Development Goal in our country, in Nepal. So yeah, that's how it started. And currently there are 10 dynamic organizations, youth-serving organizations in the working group of NAYA, and with the membership of and rich involvement of more than 100 young people from all over Nepal. So it's already been 3 years of journey of NAYA, and one important thing that we do every year is we prepare ourselves for this forum. We, young people from Nepal, we come together. We discuss on the SDG goals that is being reviewed this year. And we also capacitate young people on the goals being reviewed, and we come to this forum with the recommendations. This thing that I have in my hand is the youth call to action from Nepal. It's a Nepal-specific call to action for this forum that young people from all over Nepal has sent with their voices and says. And those who cannot come here, they at least have their recommendations, and will be referring to this call to action when we discuss in our country-specific breakout rooms. So yeah, apart from that, we also take back the outcomes of these forums, including the youth forums, people forums, and intergovernmental forums, to our country. After going back, we will engage with our ministries, with our departments, with our government, and we have been organizing different policy dialogues, high-level dialogues with them. We have been informing them of the outcomes of these forums, and like generating commitments from them to involve young people at the forefront. So we also share the youth recommendations and the outcomes of the APFSD through the social medias, through the digital advocacies. So yeah, these are some of the things that NAYA has been doing, and we definitely engage with the young people in all the unique diversities from Nepal, and we inform them of the contemporary issues and the ongoing developments that has been happening around the world and in Nepal. And recently as well, we did a climate convo where we discussed the effects and the climate crisis and what young people can do to minimize the impact of the climate crisis. And we also had some sharings around the participants of COP28 who were part of COP28 from Nepal. So yeah, we also engage in such kind of forums with young people, and we try to inform them as much as possible. And yeah, so this is the brief highlight of the work that we have been doing, that NAYA has been doing. And with this forum, I want to say to all the young people that it's high time we start questioning. It's high time we engage ourselves proactively to monitor and implement what's going on in our country. So it's imperative that we demand our space where it may not be readily granted, and where we have our space and where we have our voice, let's be proactive, let's be evidence-based, let's be more responsible, and be a strong advocate of sustainable development goals and to advance sustainable development goals in our country and our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shalpa, for welcoming this forum and sharing what NAYA has been doing, especially for this APFSD event. Up next, we have Mr. Anmar Farooq from Bangladesh. He is the founder of youth-led organization called Cox Bazar, and he and his organization is focusing on achieving SDG goals. So welcome, Mr. Farooq, for opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. I had an accident before I came to the airport in Bangladesh. So I thought that I made so many friends and also talking with loudly everyone. And I feel to make new friends every time. My name is Umar Farooq, and I'm the founder of Weekend Cox's Bazar. Weekend is a youth-led organization which is working for climate education, health and SRS issues. And currently we are working on climate displacement and also the migration sectors with the help of local government in Bangladesh. Before I starting my space, I want to share one thing that I was a participant in 2019 in APFSD Youth Forum. I learned a lot from the insights, knowledge and also the exchange ideas with others young peoples who are here today and also meet with them in 2019. This forum give me the opportunity to connect with like-minded youth from across the world and who are passionate about climate issues and also gender and SRS issues. In 2019, after going back to my country, I think that I need to do something to my community. I connected 10 youth from my community and started an initiative on behalf of my organizations, Weekend Cox's Bazar. Right now, we are working with 1,000 youth in our country, which was in 2019 only 10 people. Is it possible for this forum that I got the spirit to start an initiative and working with our local community and also local problems to tackling the climate crisis as I am living in Cox's Bazar. In 2022, we shared the plan to organize the SDGs Summit with the ARROW and national-based organizations, the Art Society. So many of them didn't accept the invitation, that they didn't believe us that the youth can do something. So we shared the summit planning and other things to ARROW and the Art Society. Only those organizations supported us to organize the first ever SDGs Summit in Bangladesh in 2022, which was the big achievement for us to be here today. And we connected 6 youth-led organizations that youth can do something together, and we proved in 2022. Back in 2023, last year, we had the partnership with UNDP Bangladesh, ARROW, French Embassy in Bangladesh, and also one private university of Bangladesh. And most important thing is that last year, the Climate Parliament Bangladesh is a parliamentarian organizations as a global hub. They supported us to organize this summit and the Art Society. Both of these organizations partnering with us and also help us to organize this summit in Bangladesh. That is the change actually back in 22 and back in 23. So this year, we want to engage more young people from South Asian countries due to the political situations. Last year, we couldn't invite the international delegates. This year, we want to invite all of you in SDGs Summit, and we want to raise the young people's voices together. We are delighted to share the declaration with the Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, COP27, COP28, COP18, and the Bangladeshi policymakers. Besides, we also contributed to the Bangladeshi delegates and also Bangladesh Call to Action team. Our documents help them to prepare the recommendation. In 22, we have 9 points Cox's Declaration categorized under 6 segments upon the summit conclusions. But in last year, we had 31 points in Dhaka Declaration. That is the change that we proved that youth can do something together. Now I have reached this stage with the support of ARROW. I always feel that ARROW is a place where I can express my ideas, and they encourage and help by all of you me to realize your ideas. Without your support, we can't organize this summit successfully, and hope to keep us in prayers and also continue supporting this summit as well. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to talk about my initiative and my organizations in front of all of the young leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Farooq, for sharing your amazing achievement as a part of opening this forum. I now invite Mr. Edwin Ningal from PNG, and Mr. Ningal is a YPR national focal person for PNG, and he has been tirelessly working for SRHR and mental health. And for your information, Mr. Ningal is the first person to join APFSD forum in physical. So welcome, Mr. Ningal.
Hello, everyone, once again. First of all, before I give my remarks, I'd like to congratulate each and every one of you for being selected to attend the forum in person. I know a lot of participants have applied, and so out of 2,000, I think you are the lucky ones. Yes. So also congratulations to the ones that are tuning in online, and big word of thank you to the co-conveners, the collaborators, as well as the partners of this APFSD forum. Okay, as mentioned by Lakey, my name is Edwin Ningal. I'm from Papua New Guinea, and I am the national coordinator of YPA PNG. It is a network under YPA Asia Pacific Center Bangkok. And I stand proudly before you all today, representing a vibrant and diverse youth population of the most culturally diverse nation in the world, Papua New Guinea. As some of you may know, young people make up a significant 60% of the global population. Most of the time, young people, future leaders, find ourselves without a platform to voice our perspectives in the development of our communities, nations, and region. However, thanks to the dedication of hardworking organizers, partners, and collaborators of this important forum, I am now able to express our insights and state our country's progress, and our crucial role in shaping the future. Now, in January 2024, YPA hosted an inaugural youth forum on sustainable development goals, a milestone event that was made possible by Arrow, YPA AP, and their partners in preparation for this regional forum. This gathering of young leaders representing various backgrounds and experiences aimed to identify critical issues hindering PNG's development and formulate solutions based on SDGs with respect to SCAP's targeted goals, SDG goals for 2024. The key areas identified in the forum are climate change and its impact on agriculture and livelihoods, limited access to education and healthcare, weak governance, limited access to justice and increasing crime rates, and lack of coordination, information sharing, and global cooperation in addressing these challenges. The young leaders that gathered in the National APFSD Forum in Papua New Guinea did not only simply identify problems, they proposed a solution that issued a powerful call to action. And the call to action is for climate change, better conservation efforts, sustainable agriculture practices, and climate resilient infrastructure was demanded. For education and healthcare, the call for increased investment, improved access for child protection policies were made. For governance and justice, young people called for transparency, strengthened justice systems, and youth empowerment initiatives. For global cooperation, we advocate for stronger partnerships, information sharing, and coordinated efforts to achieve the SDGs. Now, these call to actions are just not mere words. They represent the hopes, aspirations, consistent commitment of young people to building a better community, nation, and region. We understand the challenges that we possess, the energy, the creativity, and the dedication that we have. We already are contributing to communities through various sectors from innovation to entrepreneurship, and we are eager to do more. Now, as Nelson Mandela said, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. It is time to invest in those dreams to empower young people with the resources, education, and opportunities they need to thrive. By working together hand in hand with our communities, leaders, and partners, we can build a better world that is sustainable, just, and prosperous for all. Now, to conclude, I would like to commend the leadership of Arrow, once again, YPA Asia Pacific Bangkok, and our sister organizations in the regions for the dedication to empowering young people to champion change locally with a universal perspective. YPA PNG remains dedicated to working alongside YPA Asia Pacific Bangkok and other networks to empower young people across Asia Pacific region. We believe in creating a world that is safer, healthier, sustainable, and inclusive for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ningal, for opening the forum and sharing the call to actions as a part of opening remarks. For your information, Mr. Ningal is one of the 2% from PNG who is attending APFSD forum in person for the first time. Well, up next we have Mr. Dichen Wanchu. He is from Bhutan, and he has been working with YPR Bhutan, and he has served as an intern with YPR Asia Pacific. So Mr. Dichen is a gender advocate and a UN Adolescent Advisory Panel member for SRHR. I welcome Mr. Dichen.
Warm greetings to the people of all identities, respected excellencies, UN officials, and fellow APFSD scholars both online and in person. I am Dechinong Chu, a food science and technology scholar and a youth advocate from YP Bhutan. I also served as an UN Adolescent Advisory Panel member championing sexual and reproductive health and rights, empowered by an experience as an YP Asia Pacific Center intern. Today, I am honored to offer a warm kusangpo on behalf of youths from the lands of gross national happiness and carbon negative country. With support from YP Asia Pacific Center, ARROW, Ministry of Education and Skills Development, Disabilities 2030, and CYRC, the first ever Bhutan Youth Forum on Sustainable Development Goals ahead of APFSD was held from 27th to 28th January. The forum convened over 50 youths across the country from various youth networks. During this 2 days forum, youth examined and delved into critical issues regards to poverty alleviations, hunger eradications, climate change, gender disparities, sexual and reproductive health and rights, institutional reforms, and partnership buildings. Moreover, the forum culminated in the development of national youth call to actions and strategic work plans by the youth groups, echoing the nation's commitment to 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Future. As we reflect on Bhutan's SDG progress, we are reminded that sustainable development is not just a destination, but a continuous journey, one that requires collective action, innovation, and perseverance. Lastly, I would like to thank Sangeet sir for your unwavering leadership and ability to inspire youths across the Asia-Pacific region. And finally, I'd like to thank ARROW and co-partners for making this platform possible. Thank you and Tashidala.
Thank you, Mr. Dichen, for opening this forum on behalf of Youth of Bhutan. Last, we have Ms. Tergel. She's from Mongolia, and she is the experienced and self-motivated youth activist, have been working on SRHR issues for past more than 5 years. So I welcome Ms. Tergel.
Thank you for your warm welcome. I am Tirgis from YPR Mongolia. We work in the area of sexual and reproductive health and rights through peer-to-peer education. So today we are here on a mission to accelerate the SDGs across Asia and the Pacific. As a young people living in the Asia and the Pacific, we had an opportunity to conduct the Mongolian National Youth Forum on 26 January in Mongolia. In total, more than 40 delegates gathered and discussed the following topics, including decrease in poverty, defeating malnutrition in children, improving climate actions and decision-making process, partnership, and so on. As a part of the mission, YPR Mongolia has been focusing on getting the message across and finding better solutions to the following issues mentioned. On behalf of the Mongolian youth, we are highly encouraged to create a fund to finance projects and programs that support youth employment and provide a handful of opportunities for all types of businesses. Moreover, our waste management and prevent soil and underground pollution by using smart digital systems. Using state-of-the-art technologies and applying practical strategies to reduce violence, discriminations, and bullying in the school environment is highly noted on this forum. Last but not least, I would like to point out that there is a lack of necessary infrastructure in regarding to tackling these issues we are facing currently. Therefore, we should invest in youth-led projects and youth-led NGOs to empower more people. By providing them with the support, we will find ways to overcome those issues without any hesitation. Thank you for being here, for participating, for lending your expertise on this forum. And one last time, I would like to thank our team for making this possible, and also YPIR Asia Pacific Center and Youth Lead Regional Center and Youth Lead Mongolia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tregel, for opening this forum as well. And I finally would like to thank all the youth opening remarks provider for representing your country and APFSD country, for representing your country and sharing your thoughts, your achievements in this forum. So as the name suggests, it's for youth, and it's not just we speak, but it's something that we act and move the emotion as well. So we hope that the energy and the perseverance that our youth speaker have spoken today and Sean has shown will really move the forum and then take the youth issues, address them to the next level as well. So thank you once again for opening the forum. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so before we move for a lunch break, I would like to invite everyone for a group photo here in front of this stage. So we will take a group photo, please. Thank you.
Okay. So we need to make lots of layers because we are like, as we said, diverse young people from all over the Asia Pacific. So we just need to make layers, and that too very quickly, so that we can just take some group photos and maybe do some videos, short videos as well. So everyone, I'd like to request you to please come near the stage. And I would also like to request the virtual participants to turn on the cameras so that we can also take your photos in the same picture. Sorry? Here. So this part, some can stand, some can sit. The stage and the floor below it. Where's the photographer? Where's the photographer? Oh, yeah. Okay. Garo, that photo. You are you taking a photo? You don't want photo? Huh? No, I want it faster. We can ask for that. Oh, yes. Thế là vừa cho em cho em move anh.
คนไหนคนที่จบมันตรงไหนนะให้เขาเห็นไปครับไปได้ บอกเขายังไงดีว่าคนตัวเล็กๆมันอ๋อที่มันเด็กคนตัวเล็กข้างหลังต้องมาข้างหน้าค่ะนี่คือใส่สีไม่ได้เนี่ยหรอกคนหนึ่งพี่คนหนึ่งข้างหลังใจได้ให้บอกว่าแต่ว่าพี่ยังเป็นเด็กได้ชอบทานผมเลยนะโอเคขยับโต๊ะนี่นิดเดียวได้แล้วเนี่ยรถเด็กตรงไหมที่มันเด็กจริงๆมุมนั้นอ่ะมันอยู่ตรงกลางได้ได้แล้วอยู่ตรงกลางได้เลยเนี่ยอยู่ตรงที่สองเลยว่าไม่ใช่ที่เขาขึ้นไปข้างบนได้เราดึงหัวมุมว่าอะไรโต๊ะนั้นถอยแท็กเขาทำให้เขาครบใช่โอเคปกติไหมครับพี่ตอนนี้ต้องดีไหมอันนี้ต้องถอยติดนี่ต้องถอยไหมพี่ไม่ต้องโอเค
Yes, I'm so tall. Oh, all of a sudden.
One, two, three. One more.
Wait. One more coming. Wait. One more.
ให้เขาชิดเขาก็ยืนแม่มานั่งข้างหน้าโอเครักกัน One, two, three.
Yeah.
वो गलती से वन कर दिया ना इन चैट में
Hello. Bangladesh team, please come here once.
Lunch will be served downstairs at the same place as breakfast. You need to be in the room by 1:20 p.m. sharp. Please go for lunch. Guys, please proceed for lunch. You all have to come back by 1:20. Okay? Please proceed for lunch. Come back by 1:20. Okay? Yes.
Make sure they have coupon. I mean, they have to make sure they have coupon before they go. Because I really like send everyone to spot. Just like that.
Oh, okay, Nani. Yeah. Okay, okay. Please send everyone. Please go for lunch. Proceed for lunch. Everyone proceed for lunch. You can take your pictures later. Come back by 1:20 sharp. Previously, when
Okay, bye.
guys and lunch.
না না ওদিকেই থাকি আলাদা নাও আছে
ดูนะหมุนหมุนแล้วก็เก็บถ้าไม่หมุนไม่ต้องเก็บถ้ายังมีอยู่เก็บเดี๋ยวน้ำไม่ต้องเก็บนะ
Oh, hi. I'm Sai here. Oh, hi.
I'm very good. I think I have been. Because I did hear some of the we will let you know. We will call you the one, the skip, the monitor will call you. But we wanted actually more people here without you. Thank you so much. And then there's yes, yes. HS Portugal. HS. HS Portugal? Yes.
Naniji, but the options of vegetarian are very easy. Anani.
The pre-cocktail. So the arrangement is that 6:30 the cocktail will be ready outside. So people come, they come with the traditional wear and all that. They go around and then the cocktail will be served.
You know, cocktail, let us put it inside.
Oh, you want to inside?
Yes. So like, the people will be there, everybody will be in this room until, we take the chief guest to the cutting. So let's arrange for cocktail inside only.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then people are there waiting also, they're eating,
Right,
and
right.
those kind of things.
So,
And then
okay,
we do that.
So at the moment, the actually we can shift.
Yeah, we will have the cocktail only inside because once they go out, they cut the ribbon, they feast, and they go out for dinner.
Okay.
So it's like that.
Okay, I'll change it. Yes, sir. So, but they were trying to do it like when they do the, the exhibitions and all that, they just like.
Yeah, but then that can happen here. And then they all go through the exhibition properly and then go down for dinner.
Okay.
So like appetizer, waiting, and
Okay. So you will ask them to come here first, 6:30, then you go to exhibition place,
yes,
then go for dinner.
so when everybody is here, that's when they'll have drinks and whatever.
Okay, so here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hi, you're from
Mày nói cà pháo không? Rồi, bị nó rồi.
Thanks, Grace.
Only my laptop has a slide. Oh, your laptop.
We are projecting from our laptop. I'm just added.
In her.
That I know.
Okay. We need like a pointer for the. Yeah. But I mean, there will be like a lot, right? Yeah.
And you know what I will also tell
Why you ordered it? Sai, we also need to finalize the signatories of the document. Viva, Sangeet, Ika,
Yes.
and from
And then the ground is very well for
We are open.
You can ask you to sign. I'll ask you.
So I'll show it to you later. The design. He has always sent the question, so we can just send everything at the same time and it's okay.
Right. Sure. Hindu has not responded yet.
So during review session, Shiva and Palden will come. So Palden should just be there.
Yeah, it's good that you know that one person is there. Yeah. Please be seated because we will be starting on time, 1:30 sharp.
Hello, hello.
Okay. You also have the. We need the pointer as well.
Do we have the pointer?
We will move it for you here.
Okay. So they will just point next or something.
Next,
The speaker.
yeah, the next and.
And we will be using for the open.
Yeah, question and answers, we will. Okay. It doesn't work. We will facilitate the Q&A.
You can take the photo of that thing.
What?
The objective.
No, I'll be passing it after we eat.
So you will pass it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, like, wait, I don't think.
Want
we
to-
should sit there.
So they sit there.
Like, 'cause, you know, the UN speakers will have to present, right?
Yeah.
So that it's easier for them to just walk around.
Okay. That will work.
And we can sit.
We can use some.
One's heading shot.
Yep. So we have one more now.
Do we stand up or do we stand up or not?
I think we have one more mic here.
Oh, wait. What exercise?
I mean, just for the.
Yeah, go on.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. We are just going to start. But yeah, with a bit of an interesting exercise. How many of you know how to make rain in the room?
I don't.
So let me just introduce you how to do that. I just want my fellow to read it. Okay. Have a look. Thank you. You need a hand and then you need a forefinger. You start with 1, 2, 3, and 4. No, wait. We are not going to clap. You start with 1, start with 2, start with 3, 4, and then back at, and then continue this. Everyone at the same time. We have to coordinate. We have to coordinate this. We don't have to clap. We have to do this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. If we coordinate, if we do in synchronize, that's how the sound of a rain comes. Do you get it? No? Okay. I will teach you after the session. Any which ways, let's start with the session.
Yes. Hello, everyone. How's lunch? I'm glad, Sai. You're welcome. I've asked the survey. And this is our first panel and learning so much from the previous welcoming remarks. And then I'm sure you've all getting to know each other already. So now we're welcoming our first panel on progress towards sustainable development on Goal 13, which is climate action in the Asia Pacific region with young people at the forefront of sustainable development.
With my friend Vinka, we will be moderating the panel, which is being divided into 2 parts. part first, where we'll be looking forward to having youth as a UN specialist, how they see the upcoming Asia Pacific Youth Forum and what are the recommendations from their end. With the objective on the second panel, we will be having youth specialists, how the challenges they have been facing and what are the solutions they are bringing in their community, and we will be learning from them. Again, the objective is again to see the progress on SDG 13, focusing on panel 1.
Yes, let's get to the first part of the panel, which is the UN speakers. I would welcome Ms. Min Sun Kim from UNEP. She's working as program officers in Asia Pacific and working for intergovernmental affairs and UN engagement.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a delicious lunch. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Min Sun Kim, and I'm working as a program officer in UNEP Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the APFSD Youth Forum organizer to invite me to have a presentation here. And before I start my main parts, I would like to share that this presentation has been prepared based on the SDG Goal 13 brief, which has been developed with the collaborations between the UN agencies. So my presentation will talk about the progress gaps and challenges toward the SDG 13 in the Asia Pacific region and how young people can advance the progress towards SDG 13. So the figure here is showing the progress on the Goal 13 Goal 13 indicators towards the 2030 targets. Asia Pacific is doing well in developing their nationally determined contribution NDCs, but their commitments are not ambitious enough to keep the global warming within the 1.5 target. It is also slow to adopt policies supporting the ambitious greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. There has been increase in death and the missing person attributed to disasters. There has been more disaster displacement than any other reason, and accounting for over 3/4 of the global total between 2010 and 2021. National adoptions of disaster risk reduction strategies is on target, but its implementation is behind. In this slide, I would like to talk about the two progress areas, including the climate finance and education. Asia Pacific received more than $180 billion in climate finance between 2016 and 2021 from the multilateral development banks and also the multilateral climate funds and the bilateral donors. And there has been also the improvement in the education, awareness, and capacity of the climate change mitigation and adoptions and early warning. So, even though there are some progressing in the climate finance and education, but there are also several challenges, and then I'm going to talk about the 5 areas. First, we need to scale up the coherent efforts to foster resilience and reduce the emission. Second, still the climate finance and investment flows should be improved. And the third, we need to scale up actions on the adaptation. Fourth, And efforts to foster resilience and reduce emission in the transport sector should be scaled up. Lastly, that we should mainstream the nature-based solution, NBS, into climate change adaptations and the mitigation. To accelerate progress and reverse the current regression of SDG 13, the following 7 priorities were identified. Asia Pacific countries evaluate their NDCs and communicate more ambitious targets that will shift the current path and keep the 1.5 degree goal alive. And secondly, we should strengthen the mobilization and alignment of finance and investment for climate action. Next, we should also put our priorities to advance the productions and the use of the gender and the environmental data. And fourth, in terms of the leaving no one behind, governments need to align between the climate change and the social protection policies. We also need to prioritize incorporating transport into the climate change strategies. And we should also guarantee access to the climate change information, participation in climate-related decision for vulnerable communities or civil societies group and environmental human rights defenders. Last but not least, we should promote active youth involvement in climate actions. In the next slide, I'd like to talk about the strategies for youth engagement, which was recommended in the ESCAP report. So there are 9 recommendations which was identified for meaningful youth engagement in climate action in Asia Pacific. And this covers various areas. First, it talked about the incorporating climate change education in schools and also the engaging youth in the research. And it is also recommended the youth involving the youth in climate awareness and the skill building events. We also need to ensure the transparency in the environmental policy. And it is important that involving the youth in the data collection, consultation, and the political process related to climate change. And also that we should encourage the youth solution by linking youth innovation to the climate finance. And also it's important to encourage the hands-on communities activities like ecosystem preservation. And also the reducing stigma on the youth engagement is also important. And I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the Green Jobs for Youth Pact. At UNEP's Asia Pacific Youth Environmental Forum, which was held last year in October in Sri Lanka, youth group adopted a manifesto, Asia Pacific Youth Environmental Manifesto, and then it has 8 action points. One of the points is urging that Asia Pacific members to support the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, and which was launched at the COP27 by UNEP, ILO, and UNICEF. It aims to ensure decent and sustainable employment opportunities for young people and fostering the just transition. So it is predicted that the 80 million jobs will be lost due to the climate change. Considering these challenges and also the youth pact, the pact is led by the youth. I thought that introducing the Green Jobs for Youth Pact here would be of interest for you. And then if you want to know more about this pact, that there will be the side event during the APFSD meeting on 21st. On those days, the meeting room G. So I hope that you could attend this side event. Okay, thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and this is the end of the presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sun Kim. Oh, you can sit down. Yeah, thank you so much for that. That was very, very insightful and highlighting the gaps and the progress of your and how can young people engage in the SDG 13. Yeah, I was just echoing what you said, social progression, just transition, which is quite important. And especially in the Asia Pacific, the progress and the economic development is quite different from every country. So as young people, I guess we need to ask the question, how are we going to move into just transition if the basic needs are not met? So, you all here today and you have the privilege to, so ask yourself this question, like, how are you going to do the ripple effect of your participation here? What are you going to do when you're back home? And now I'm going to move it to Fikran.
We have another amazing speaker, Ms. Farihal Khan. She is the program specialist for education at UNESCO Regional Office in Bangkok. She leads the program in education for sustainable development with more than 25 years of experience providing policy advice to more than 30 countries. I would like to invite her to take the stage and share the presentation.
Thank you for your nice words of welcome, and it's really a pleasure to meet all of you. Hope you're all doing well and enjoying the forum and the discussion so far. I'm Faryal. Am I supposed to stand here? I don't know. I think I'll stand here. Thank you so much. So, greetings to all of you. I'm Faryal. I'm from Pakistan, and I work now at the UNESCO Bangkok office based in Thailand. It's a regional office covering several countries in Southeast Asia, as well as Myanmar and Afghanistan and others. So I really feel we are gathered here today at this youth forum because we all have a certain commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. And today, I would really like to highlight the transformative power of education in our collective endeavors and efforts to tackle the impact of climate change, particularly in this region, in the Asia-Pacific region. So let's begin with the slides. Am I moving? So I'm not going to go into the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but I do want to highlight Goal 4 and Goal 13, which recognize the importance of education in climate change responses, including carbon neutral societies. And I think that is really the focus of our discussion today. So if you look at Sustainable Development 4, it's the target 4.7 that really focuses on education for sustainable development as a means to achieving all the other targets and a key enabler for Sustainable Development Goal 13, which is on climate change. So I really want you to, within the larger framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, look at Sustainable Development Goal 4 and zooming in on target 4.7, and then next looking at target 13, looking at 13.3 in particular. Target 13, of course, SDG 13, of course, is about taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. But specifically today, we are going to zoom in on target 13.3, which is to improve education, awareness raising, and human and institutional capacities on climate change mitigation, adaptation, impact, and early warning. So these are the kind of questions that we are going to be looking at today. And it was important for me to give you the larger picture before I zoom into my presentation. Having said this, let's just, I want to thank Minson for her presentation, which really gave us a breakdown on how the implementation process of SDG 13. Now, if we look at it, or if we look at the status of all the 17 SDGs in the region, you'll see really one that is really in the red, and that's 13. So while we have progress in most of the goals, the most promising goals are SDG 7, SDG 9 on industry. We also see progress on, SDG 1, on poverty, 3 on health, 10 on inequalities. But really, we see very little progress on SDG 4, which is education. And SDG 13 is actually in the red, which means it's like, it's regressing. And this is a real serious concern for all of us in this room today, because the SDGs are not on track. And what are we going to do about that? And achieving them is becoming increasingly out of reach. So the United Nations system does have several global and regional frameworks for climate change education that would contribute to climate change solutions. And here I've got a list, and again, these are for your reference. I'm not going to go over them, but there is the Article 6 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have Article 12 of the Paris Agreement. From the COP21, we have the 2030 mandate and others. The Global Action Program, and now more recently, my team, and Danting is here with me. We are working on education for sustainable development, a roadmap, developing a roadmap for all member states. So there are these frameworks in place, yet despite all these frameworks, in a UNESCO survey that was recently published, while there is huge demand for quality climate change education, the survey suggests that 70% of the young people who were surveyed stated that they cannot really even explain what climate change is, or can only explain its broad principles. They don't really know much about the details of, how we can become more carbon neutral, how to have carbon neutral societies. And the survey also showed that about 100 of the survey countries do not even mention climate change in their respective curricula. And it also reports that 95% of the surveyed primary and secondary school teachers admit that while these issues are really important, they don't feel comfortable teaching them. They're not really prepared to teach them. So this has implications for us for our collective action. The survey also showed that youth do expect climate change education to be delivered in a learner-centered, experiential, and reflective way that makes it more fun, solution-based, and action-oriented. We don't want more theory, right? We don't want to keep cramming for those exams. We want to really be learning by doing and actually being out there and taking on projects and initiatives and make a difference. So, but the bar charts here, but I'm sorry, they're a bit on the low side. They indicate that teaching and learning that the youth are receiving, it's still a bit passive. You might be asked to prepare a poster on climate change, or you might be asked to, it's not really experiential. You're not really going out there and involved. And if some of you are privileged enough to be doing that, let me tell you, you are an exception. It's not really happening across the world and in many of the countries in Asia Pacific. So we need to have more of that. So I would just like to share that in response to some of these challenges, we have the policy, the implementation of that policy is very weak, and sometimes there's rhetoric, but without action on the ground. So the Greening Education Partnership, the Secretary General of the United Nations had a Transforming Education Summit. This was 2022, September 2022. And at the summit in New York, the Greening Education Partnership was launched. It's a global initiative that takes a whole system approach to support countries to tackle climate crisis by harnessing the critical role of education. And the Greening Education Partnership is structured around 4 key pillars of transformative education. So it's basically greening schools, greening curriculum, greening teacher training and education, and then greening communities. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this, but these slides are going to be available, and this is a priority for us. And as the recent COP indicated in Abu Dhabi, UNESCO actively participates, and the UNFCCC is the entity which is tasked with supporting the global response to the threat of climate change. So this year it was in the United Arab Emirates, the COP28, the last one, and there was urgent, countries advocated to support urgently the issues pertaining to climate change and climate action. So this is something that we, it's been again put high on the agenda. I do now want to just, as I conclude, speak more about the youth and all over the world, the youth are taking an active role, and they are leading a lot of initiatives across many regional centers of expertise on education for sustainable development, and in Malaysia, in Kenya, in Mexico, all over the world. And I'm sure so are you. And I would love to hear more about what you are doing, because I'm sure some of you are doing really exciting stuff, and we could learn a lot from that. So, but I just wanted to share very quickly one initiative that UNESCO has on youth engagement in water management, climate change, and biosphere reserves. And here it's an example from UNESCO Jakarta office in Indonesia, and water availability has the potential to either enhance or derail national climate change adaptation and mitigation plans. So this is quite a high priority with a strong representation from youth. Another work which Minson, you've been pretty active with yourself, and also Daunting, the climate science literacy in Asia Pacific. And this was a set of the science sector and the UNESCO Bangkok office. They prepared some posters to raise awareness to advance climate science literacy across Asia Pacific. And there's been posters, social media, graphics, and videos to raise awareness around these issues. And this has been this has helped quite a few universities are using them, and you can also download these materials. And just to conclude the way forward, I really think we need to step back and reimagine the futures of education. Transformative education is going to be central to achieving a new future for us. And how do we move forward? We have several, we already know that some of the action for climate change, it calls for education, training, specific practical skills that can have an immediate and practical application, public awareness. And I think the APFSD is also one of the forums to raise opportunities for advocacy and awareness, and public access to information, participation, and international participation. So I just want to conclude with some action areas for you to consider. I think that's the last slide. I just want to skip this slide and move to this one. And it's to contribute to the current. We need more youth in the current discourse on climate change, and your voices are really important for APFSD. We need you to participate in regional and global workshops and conferences pertaining to these issues. We need to enhance our collaboration with research so that you can make evidence-based, you can provide the evidence-based advice, and you can take the evidence into consideration as you plan your initiatives. And lastly, we need you to engage in regional and global initiatives to enhance education for sustainable development as well as climate change solutions. So we really are counting on you, because you are our future, and we are, as they say, dead wood. We are over. Our time is over. It's now your time. So over to you all. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Farha, for recognizing the importance of climate education in achieving the SDGs and also highlighting mitigation, adaptation, and its impact. With that, we will be opening floor for only one question. Anyone, it could be general or specific to anyone, either Miss Fayal or Miss Min Sung Kim. Can we pass the mic?
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you so much for the recognition of my question. I am Mati from the Philippines, and I would like to ask, this is in relation to the graphs of regression, as we saw how climate action was in red, right? So in the current state of our economy, do the marginal benefit outweigh the marginal cost of climate finance and action? And does this affect why some countries are getting left behind?
Sorry, so your question is that is the marginal cost higher than the benefit? Is that your question? It's not. I would say the benefits are higher in the long term, but we usually, most of the countries, some of our countries, the country where, you know, some of us are coming from, we are not investing enough in climate change solutions. And then it's also the private sector where some of the big some of the issues are emanating from the private sector. We need more collaboration with the private sector. And it has to be an intergovernmental approach to resolve these issues. So the benefits are in the long term much stronger if we do invest in it. But right now, sometimes some of the countries are not investing adequately due to competing priorities. And this is one of the reasons. But maybe you want to repeat your question before my colleague takes another shot at it, right?
Thank you very much for your question about the climate finance. Honestly, that I would say the climate finance, maybe I don't have enough the knowledge to answer correctly about your question. But based on my preparation of the presentation, the climate finance has also the progress, and also there were some challenges part that we need to address. And one of the challenges that we need to address is that the seed countries, they have disproportionate access to the climate finance. So that this could be one of the things that we should address. But I will think about more about the answers, and maybe I can address it later if I have better options. But thank you very much for your question. Yeah.
I think we are running out of time. The panelists will be here with us. So maybe you can ask them question. If you have any query, you can connect them after the session. And they will also share with you all the presentation. So if you have any query, you can further connect with them later. And with that, thank you, Ms. Farhal. Thank you, Ms. Kim Soon. And thank you all the UN agency working effortly to all these aiming achievements.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was very insightful. I really hope that you learn a lot from that and having so many thought bubbles that you can bring back home. Next, for the second part of this panel, we will invite young people because we decide our future here. So
we have Fatia Iskandar from Asian Youth Forum, Indonesia. She is a medical doctor, environmentalist youth activations 2015 from Indonesia. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. It's really nice to meet you all here. Call me 50, from more easier to remember. And yeah, talking about how to mobilize the effective youth engagement, actually, especially in the Asia Pacific, still become a challenge because as we know that in the previous panels also mentioned how much the progress and also how much the knowledge of the youth about the environmental issues that we are facing right now. So I think the first one, what we need to understand, in my perspective, how to emphasize in the meaningful youth participations, because of what? In this current situation, we need to have space to be involved actively, meaningfully, not only just be heard at the beginning of the process, but I believe we should be involved in from the beginning until the last process of every climate initiative progress in our own country or region. So that's the first one. And then the second one, I think that will be very important for us to get incentivized and also recognized for our work, because most of the youth-led organizations, they need to be highlighted, they need to be appreciated. And I believe this will be really meaningful for them to be recognized and incentivized by the government itself and then by the regional governments. And then the last one, I think, because the last one I also talk about teaching and also capacity building. I think that is the important thing to emphasize on how we can build the capacity of the youth itself to maintain their work advocacy, their work at the grassroots level to be sustainable and also to be updated according to the current issues. And to talk about this matter, I think I will pull out the value of the meaningful participation, which I think the first one, my recommendations regarding on this, we need to have youth at the center in the climate adaptation and mitigation. I'm a medical doctor, but everyone, we always wondering why I'm taking part in this current issues. But I think, yeah, doctors should take climate actions. Doctors should take part in addressing the environmental matters, because this earth belongs to everyone, not only belong to the youth activists. So having youth participated in the center of adaptation and mitigation would be meaningful to help improve the resiliency at the community level. And also because we are the most impacted youth. Okay. And then the second one, I think how to make the accessible for the capacity building in every level. Because of what? I'm coming from a small city in Indonesia, so sometimes it's really hard for me to get training or access before I have the network and bring me here to speak in front of you. I was I was just casual medical student in 2019, but when I knew that, I have this international engagement that can help to build my capacity. So I think this will be very meaningful for me and for all of the youth out there to have accessible and also at every stage of the level, either at local, national, or the regional, so they can access the same capacity building that we have currently. And then the last one, I think the most important, to have a space that we can be safe to address the climate change, to enhance our participation at the community level. Because of what? Asia Pacific is one of the region with the highest criminalization of the youth environmental activists. So this should be highlighted as one of the concern, because meaningful participation means that this space will be safe for everyone. And yeah, to close my speech right now, I think I will close with nothing about us without us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, 50. Please join us. With that, we have next speaker with us, Leena Joshi from India. She is a social entrepreneur, climate advocate, public speaker, and author. She is founder of an executive director of Ethernet, and as a youth-led climate non-profit. Also, just to mention, we have a sign interpreter with us to do not speak too fast. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Leena. Exploring the transformative impact of youth in the climate space, I'm going to share actionable recommendations that instigate climate action and sustainable development. My first recommendation involves strengthening climate education and advocacy programs. In order to advance climate action, prioritize climate action through education, introduce climate curriculums in schools in order to equip youth with the skills needed to advocate for sustainability in their communities. My second recommendation focuses on inclusive policy engagement and decision-making processes. For sustainable development, it's crucial to involve young people in climate policy. Establish platforms for impactful dialogue between climate policymakers and young climate activists, which will promote collaboration and diverse perspectives. My third recommendation involves strengthening the resilience of vulnerable communities through youth-led initiatives. Marginalized communities are disproportionately impacted by climate change. Support and scale youth-led initiatives addressing their specific challenges. Empower young leaders to implement locally tailored solutions, contributing to resilience and inclusive sustainable development. Addressing the climate crisis involves recognizing the interconnectedness of sustainable development goals and tackle climate crisis by integrating actions across various SDGs. My climate nonprofit, Ethereal, and impact venture EcoVita exemplifies this strategy. As I channel the intersectionality of SDGs to build resilience, mitigate climate impacts, and create a more sustainable and equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lena. And with that, I would like to invite another amazing speaker, Omar Farooq, founder of We Can Cox Bazar, Bangladesh. He is the founder of youth-led organization working as a non-profit volunteering organization achieving sustainable development goal.
Hello, everyone. I already introduced myself in the opening ceremony. So, first of all, I'm discussing about the progress in SDG 13, the climate action goal. As you know that in back in 2013 and also 2014, that when Millennium Development Goals happening time and the period time. After that, 2015, that our government taken the initiative to involve the youth lead organizations, community-based organizations, and also community club to the decision-making process from locally to nationally. So climate change strategy and action plan is one of them. Progress in our country that Bangladesh has developed a comprehensive climate change strategy and climate action plan to address the challenges faced climate change. The plan includes strategies for adaptations and mitigations focusing on sectors such as agriculture, water resources, health, and infrastructure development. Renewable energy is also one of the sectors that Bangladesh is focusing on, particularly like Bangladesh has been investing in renewable energy sources to reduce dependence on fossil fuels and mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. As I grew up in Cox's Bazar, so I know that how is going on there. We don't need to depend on the electricity because of that. Wind, will power, and also the renewable sectors help us to actually enlightening Cox's Bazar. And as we are facing the energy crisis recently in our country, that the government taken this initiative immediately and adopted their plan. The government has been implementing various adaptation measures to cope with the effects of climate change, including the construction of cyclone shelters, ensuring house for the climate displacement people in Bangladesh. As I mentioned in my previous speech that we connected with the local government of Cox's Bazar. They give us the space to give them the best data to those peoples are displaced from Kutubdia Island and also Mashkali Islands and also Teknaf Island. those three islands in Cox's Bazar, most of the peoples actually migrate from those places to another due to the cyclone and also different disasters. After they lost their houses, government taken this initiative to include them for ensuring their houses as well. Community-based initiative. As I am leading in a community-based organizations, without local government support, we can't actually moving forward to the next stage. There are helping the young-minded and also young peoples to implement their ideas and also innovations locally and raise their voices and connect them to national levels meetings and also policy levels discussions. That is the change that we are seeing now. Bangladesh has also mangrove conservation systems. Bangladesh has invested in the conservation mangrove forest, such as Sundarbans, which act as a natural barrier against storm surges and provide critical habitat for biodiversity. Some of barriers that we are seeing: youth unemployment and economic challenges. As high level of youth unemployment and economic challenges may divert the attention of young individuals away from engaging in climate actions and also the activities. The focus on immediate economic needs might overshadow longer-term sustainability concern. Limited resources and funding. As Bangladesh is an overpopulated country and lack of funding and also insufficient financial resources and funding for youth-led climate initiative can be a significant barrier. Young people may struggle to access the necessary resources to implement sustainable project and also the campaign effectively, but they don't get us enough support financially. Whenever we are going to implement any ideas, we must have to, I take care of the time. We must have to financial support from the local levels and also the governments. Lack of representations in decision makings. As I already shared that governments try to include the youth in the decision making table, but they don't include their voices in finally. So that is the actually gap we are seeing. Young people often face challenges in having their voices heard and being represented in decision-making processes related to climate policies and action. This lack of representation can hinder the development of effective and inclusive climate strategies. So political and institutional barriers as well, and vulnerability of climate impact. These are the barriers that we are seeing. So I bring some of the recommendations from my own. Implement comprehensive educational programs that integrate climate change awareness into school curriculum, ensuring that young people are well informed about the effect of climate change and the importance of sustainable practices. Establish platform for capacity building, mentorship, and skill development, especially tailored for young people interested in climate action. This includes training programs on sustainable practices, advocacy, and project management. Promote the active involvement of young people in decision-making processes related to climate policies at local level to national and also the regional levels. Create youth advisory board or councils to ensure their voices are heard. Facilitate the transitions to a green economy by promoting green jobs opportunities and entrepreneurship for young people. Sorry, I already over the time. Thank you so much. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you so much, Omar, for that. Again, just want to remind all speakers, I'm asking nicely that we're running slightly over time, so please stick to your time. Thank you so much. And next we have Indra Oktara Wahana from FISI Indonesia. Indra's been working with FISA Indonesia on monitoring and evaluation in NGOs.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm kind of nervous, but to start my presentations, I will asking a few things for you guys. Okay, are you ready? Okay, the first one, please raise your hand if you already know the impact of the climate change. Okay, the second one, keep your hand up. The second one is keep raising your hand if you feel, if you want to contribute to reducing the impact of the climate change. Okay, still most of us. And the last one is keep raising your hand if you feel you have taken actions to reducing the impact of the climate change. Okay, thank you. Give applause to all of you. Okay, everyone, my name is Indra Oktora and I'm representative of Donggala, Indonesia. And I'm affiliated with Wahana Visi Indonesia. Okay, go to the next slide. Okay, everybody. So, I think most of us already know, already willing, and have taken actions to together reduce the impact of the climate change. So, one of Indonesia, we work closely with the governments, the local community, the private sector, and the youth itself. For the last few years, we are focused on disaster regulations, which is also one of the indicators to reduce the climate change. And we concentrating our disaster regulations, which is also one of the indicator of this DOPS. We strongly believe that young people play a crucial role in this endeavor. Some of our data projects involving young people include, I will show you in the next slide. Okay, this is a view of what we have done in Indonesia, something like child and young life research, disaster risk report, and youth training series. And based on what we have done, I will offer you guys three recommendations to reduce the impact of the climate change. The first one is enhancing education, fostering awareness, and strengthening human capacity and institutional capabilities. So we will work from the grassroots to make the community able they able to speak about what is climate change, what the impact of the climate change, and what the action they can take in to reduce the impact of the climate change. And the second one is the increasing the involvement of youth and youth organization. And thanks for the arrow and all the committee for conduct this event, because this is the one of example of how young people can give their voice. This is a good platform for us, and maybe we can duplicate in our each region. And the last one, it will be no one left behind. Uh, climate change will give different impact for each gender, for each community, for each age. So it's important for us by considering gender and social inclusions aspects, and effort to reduce the impact on climate change can become more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Indra, for that. Next, we have Beverly Chu. Beverly is a co-founder of Youth-Led Climate Justice nonprofit Green Check.
Hi, everyone. Okay, I promise maybe I shouldn't have done that. I know it's after lunch and we're a bit tired. Maybe some of us are in food coma, but hi, everyone. It's good to be here. My name is Beverly. I use she, her pronouns. I'm from Singapore, and I'm here representing Green Check, the nonprofit that I co-founded, and Monger Bay, which is an environmental journalism nonprofit. But today I'll be speaking to you more about my nonprofit, Green Check. And so Green Check is a youth-led nonprofit, and what we do is we redistribute resources to community-led climate action groups across most affected peoples and areas. And so what this means is that we support these community-led climate action groups with fundraising, capacity building, and network creation. And so another thing that we like to do is also build international communities of solidarity. And so our 6 partners, these community-led climate action groups, who they are exactly. Currently, we have 6 partners in Colombia, Guatemala, Haiti, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore. And these are the logos of the organizations. You can check them out. They do super awesome work. And in the next slide, you will see some beautiful pictures of each of these organizations. And so each of these community-led groups do super cool work ranging from indigenous-led permaculture. So that would be the groups in Haiti and Guatemala. Those would be the pictures on this side. What side is this? Your left. And then we also have 3 groups doing youth-led climate advocacy, which I'm sure a lot of you are also involved in. So do check out those groups in Colombia, Malaysia, and Singapore. So those pictures are the two on top. Klima Action Malaysia in Malaysia, Pacto por el Clima in Colombia, and then SG Climate Rally at the bottom right over there in Singapore. And then in the middle, oops, sorry. In the middle, we have ULAN, so it's an organization in the Philippines providing pro bono legal aid to marginalized communities facing SLAP suits. And so they do this pro bono work in exchange for environmental restoration work. So super cool, you can check them out on our website. And the next slide. So Green Check was created, it was born out of a challenge that we saw in traditional philanthropy. And so traditional philanthropy sometimes, unfortunately, even if they are good intentions, unfortunately, sometimes the way that they conduct their activities promote an unequal power dynamic. They aren't community-led, they might be exploitative, and sometimes they might be greenwashing, especially if it's a corporate-led one. This is not a blanket statement. This just happens to be sometimes an accident, sometimes purposeful, but it's definitely not for all. But we definitely saw this gap as young people who were already in the climate activist space, the climate justice space. We saw the need for this, for a community building, really long-term mutual aid-based organization. And so what we have right now is, at this state, as of last year, only 13% of the SDGs are on track. And so that is, when I saw this statistic, it was really shocking for me. And I don't know if this is shocking to you all, but it definitely stunned me into wanting to act more. And so for Green Check so far, we're a youth-led organization. We've engaged over 40 volunteers across the world. And currently this year, we're piloting an internship program for youth in most affected peoples and areas to provide them 1 month of training and then 3 months of internship with one of our partners. And so really trying to get more youth involved to advance SDG 13, but in a way that is equitable, justice focused, and obviously putting those most affected on the front lines and giving them the most opportunities. And so with that, I would like to leave with my recommendations. And so first is unlearn. I encourage everyone to unlearn what you're, have an open mind, think about, what can you learn from another person, think about other contexts, and maybe think about your biases that you might have when you go into these conversations. These spaces such as these is an awesome opportunity to talk to new people, make new friends, and gain new perspectives. The second recommendation that I have is to act in community. And so, individual action is important, but real change, systemic change that we need to see at this point in time only comes when we act as a group, act as a collective. And that said, the last recommendation I have is to collaborate. And so we're really so much stronger together. All of us here in this room are a part of amazing organizations. We've already had some speakers over here share theirs. And so I think this is a great opportunity to collaborate with one another. There's no need to duplicate efforts at this point in time. We really need to be working together to advance SDG 13 or all the goals in general, to ensure that our approach is intersectional and, we create a more regenerative, equitable place moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for reminding us to think collectively. And next one, we have Marisha. Marisha is from PNG and the co-founder of BGNP Green Solution, with the main focus on promoting sustainable development, starting from grassroots level.
Hello, everyone. I'm the last speaker for panel 1. My name is Marisha. I'm from Papua New Guinea, and I am the co-founder of BGNP Green Solution, which is made up of me and a very small organization made up of me and my 3 friends. So BGNP Green Solution focuses on sustainable innovations at grassroots level. So our initiative is designing and developing a biodigester. Some of you may know what a biodigester is. It's an airtight container or tank. There's no oxygen in it. So when organic waste is stored inside, it generates biogas or cooking gas. So the importance of this initiative at my country level, my country at grassroots level, it solves climate change. If the organic waste is left exposed, it releases CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. But if captured and utilized as cooking gas, it reduces CO2 emissions and as a mitigation towards climate change. Secondly, it promotes affordable and sustainable energy. Thirdly, as employment opportunity and income generation for livestock farmers, they can utilize animal waste to produce biogas. And finally, gender equality. In my country, girls and women, they are mostly tasked with collecting firewood for wood for fuel. So this initiative reduces or promotes gender equality. This initiative also contributes to 4 of the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 5, goal number 7, goal number 9, and goal 13, climate action. So our recommendation, knowledge sharing for sustainable innovations, climate finance, climate policies across the Asian Pacific region is critical for progress of the SDGs, especially goal 13. Secondly, youth forums, awareness, and campaigns held more often at local and country level will spike interest in young people to actively engage in addressing the SDGs. And thirdly, climate education should be implemented in education syllabus, so everyone will be responsible and accountable for their actions towards climate change mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pravali. And with that, as we are running out of the time, we'll take 2 questions. One from the panel itself here, present in person, and one we can take maybe virtually if there is one. Yeah, and we will have all the amazing speaker, including both of us, throughout the youth forum. So you can connect maybe later. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Meher. I'm an intersectional feminist researcher and evaluator from India. My question is to anyone from the panel, whoever is interested in taking it up. As a researcher who works primarily on public health, what trends we've been observing is that within the Asia Pacific or in the global south, there is rapid urbanization that has been taking place. Now, a lot of implications of urbanization do lead to poor health outcomes, and I mean, a lot of it is also connected with climate change, right? So there are various sectors that are involved. You have the industry, you have the livelihood sector, you have the health sector, as well as the overarching framework of climate change. So while there are a lot of conversations that do take place in terms of furthering multi-sectorality or intersectorality between different ministries, we have seen, at least in the case of the country that I'm from, certain times these promises don't lead to fruition. So in your experience or from
Can you
your
please
thoughts,
wrap up the question fast?
from your
Yeah.
thoughts,
Thank you.
are there any suggestions which we can deal with, tackling climate change from an intersectional perspective? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone like to take this?
Thank you so much for the question. So regarding, I'm going to bring more health perspective, but yeah, feel free if there's an panels that I want to add. So yeah, regarding to like the urbanization is one of the biggest factors or leading to urban heat island also, and then like more like this emissions to contribute to the climate change. So yeah, this will be quite challenging for the public health itself because of what the currently we are reaching 8 billions of people in this earth, and it will be keep growing, and then it will impact not only how limited our island, our areas, or our nations be, but it will also impacting how secure our food that will be provided later. And this kind of connected issues need to be addressed. I think it depends on each country, and in Indonesia, I believe that this kind of how to deal with the urbanizations, which also will increase the health burden to provide the healthcare service, which in Indonesia is not really equal. It's like one doctor can tackle like 1,000 patients in the ratio. So that could be a problem again when everyone moving around to the city. Then how many healthcares that we need to improve, and how many safe water we need to provide, and then how can the government provide us like not trying to sacrifice forest again and then opening and burn everything. So this should be tackled with the multi perspective, and I think the best way, because I am also engaged with the conversation with my own government, like in regard how to integrate this climate perspective into their policy. Because I think at the grassroots level we can force to have some recommendations, but we need to work at the upstream level, which is on the government. And I think this is very crucial to also emphasize not bringing all the experts from every fields, because like we have doctor, I can talk about health and climate change, so I have a strong opinion. So they should listen to me, because I know how it relates to climate change, and I know how the health also impacting these people. Malaria, dengue fever is increasing right now, especially in my city, because of what? The weather change. And do they realize about it? That's why we provide data. And also, how about the education? Can everyone provide the accessible education? And can the school also afford many students at the same time? Because we want to have equal and accessible service for all of the fields. So I think it's really important for us to keep emphasizing from the grassroots, forcing to the upstream level, and taking part by bringing the expert. And I believe we are all here experts and can provide all of the inputs that the country needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. You can clap. It's okay. Yep, thank you so much for that. Yes, inclusive policy process is really important. And yes, young people do have the expertise to be stakeholder and partners when it comes to achieving a sustainable development agenda. And I know I said one more question, but we really don't have time. And yeah, so if you have any question, just send an email, connect. There's their socials on the last PowerPoint presentation. And yeah, thank you so much, everyone. I really hope you learn a lot from this, and we can move forward to panel 2.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry, we do not have a break in between. And I hope the conversations are exciting enough for us to continue to the next session. Are we ready for the panel 2? A louder yes, please, guys. Are we ready for the panel 2? Yes. So, yeah. So I'll just repeat what Sai has said. If you have any further questions, and because of time constraints, we cannot already answer your questions, then you can post your questions in the whiteboards at the end. Even for our virtual participants, your questions are recorded and we will be responding them in our whiteboards here. So good afternoon again, and welcome back to panel 2 for the APFSD Youth Forum, day 1. Today, we had an incredible line of speakers for panel 1, and the same continues for panel 2 as well. I am Rizu, and joining me is Maria, who will be here for the youth panel next. To commence, it gives us a great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all in attendance as we eagerly anticipate the discussion of this year's key cluster goals, SDG Goal 1 and 2. Let us start this thrilling session on progress towards Sustainable Development Goal 1, no poverty, with a focus on multidimensional poverty, access to basic healthcare, SRHR services, and education. And Goal 2, zero hunger in the Asia-Pacific region with young people at the forefront of sustainable development by introducing our distinguished speakers. Please join me in welcoming the first presentation by Mr. Felix Widenkopf, representing the International Labour Organization, ILO. Mr. Felix will provide valuable insights into the progress, gaps, and challenges faced in achieving SDG Goal 1 on poverty reduction within the Asia-Pacific region. Over to you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to all of you to this discussion on SDG 1 on no poverty. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you, and thank you to the organizers for giving us this opportunity. As you know, the 2030 agenda comes with a very clear commitment to end poverty in all its forms, monetary, non-monetary forms, in a multidimensional way that the moderator already explained, from the education, health, and many other aspects. We are past the midpoint to the 2030, and it's very clear that the SDG 1 requires accelerated action. Now let's have a look at the current status, the progress, gaps, challenges. What you will see next is a part of the SDG 1 goal profile for the APFSD next week, and clearly there's many ways young people can contribute and advance the agenda. Before we do so, my name is Felix Widenkopf, and I'm from the UN International Labour Organization. So let's have a look at the current status here. Overall, what you see on the slide is that there's been considerable progress actually over the past decades in the Asia-Pacific region in reducing poverty, essentially until 2020, when the COVID crisis hit and it was further then compounded by the cost of living crisis, inflation, and we've seen many countries being exposed to external shocks and disasters. Out of the 10 indicators on the slide, only 3 are on the track to be achieved by 2030. 7 are unlikely to be achieved, and 4 indicators, you see them in red, they're in a critical status. They relate to human and economic impact from disasters to ODA grants and to government spending on education and health. Now let's take a look at areas where we've seen progress. On monetary poverty, we've seen that several countries have eliminated extreme poverty as of 2022, but there's still progress too slow in many other countries. And the COVID crisis has reminded us that this progress can be easily reversed and put to a halt. And even if there's been some progress in countries, there are still millions of people just above the poverty line. There are millions of people working but living in poverty. We have high rates of informal employment across the region and lack of social protection. Another area of progress is on disaster risk reduction strategies. We've seen good national progress in terms of adapting those strategies, but more progress needs to happen for local governments, where the action happens, to boost the adoption and implementation. Especially considering the link, we heard this in the previous session, the link between disaster risk reduction strategies and also poverty alleviation in the region. If we go to the next slides, we take a look at what are some of the key areas that require attention and what are the key challenges related to it. Just 3 of them to mention now. Number 1, access to water and sanitation. We've seen access to basic drinking water at the national level exceeding 90% of the population in 19 out of 30 Asia-Pacific countries. But only 9 out of the 30 countries provide 90% access to basic sanitation. When it comes to social protection, less than half of the population has access to at least one social protection benefit. And this is really a key area for us to look at it, which comes with a number of legal barriers, key issues. For example, what is the portability of social protection for migrant workers? And how can we reduce some of those burdensome administrative procedures to access social protection? And the third area, the exposure to and impact of disasters. Just in 2022, we've seen 140 disasters that led to over 7,500 deaths, affected over 64 million people, and not to mention the billions of US dollar in economic damage to economies and societies. In the long run, this exposure and impact of disasters is also likely to exacerbate, of course, the outlook on reducing poverty. Now, let's move to the promising innovations and practices. One key area here is social protection. We have seen several countries in the region taking action in terms of strengthening the social protection systems, including giving platform workers and other groups access to social protection through innovative mechanisms. There are also regional and global initiatives that put a spotlight on social protection, such as the Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transitions. A second area is digital technologies. How can we use them? Of course, even for social protection, it's one key area. But for inclusive climate resilience, it clearly has several benefits, for example, through early flood warning systems. And two areas, of course, particularly also important here at the forum, are on youth economic empowerment and catalyzing women's entrepreneurship. Those areas, and for groups that are often particularly affected and encounter many barriers. So giving young people and women access to the right skills, tools, access to finance to drive also economic growth and entrepreneurship is key, including in the green, digital, and care economy. Now, to conclude from my side, let's look at 6 priority areas for action that countries can embrace. Number 1 is to adopt integrated policy planning for inclusive and adaptive social protection to leave no one behind. And it's clear that by leaving no one behind, we need to take a much stronger look at how this affects children, persons with disabilities, older people, informal workers, migrant workers. Number 2, to strengthen the actual implementation of disaster risk reduction strategies at the national and local levels. To harness the digitalization to build resilience and reduce poverty, including we are very much aware that digital innovation is key to transformative development, be it in the area of employment or for social protection. We also need to see more action in the area of investing in data collection and building capacity for it, not just to monitor, but actually to create the data and analysis that can inform evidence-based policy making. And to do all of this, we need to improve the domestic resource mobilization, leverage some of the external financing, and that will also include progressive taxing systems and also reforming some of the international financial architecture. The last point here to mention from my side is the skills, upgrading skills to support access to decent jobs during a just transition. I think is absolutely key, especially for young people, not only to access jobs in emerging sectors in the green economy, but also for those workers who are actually affected by those transitions, let's say in the coal sector, and how they can reskill and be brought into other sectors to sustain their incomes and families. So thank you so much for your attention. I'm very excited to hear your suggestions in the panel that's upcoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Felix, for sharing the current status, reminding us of the hope and also the challenges faced in achieving Sustainable Development Goal 1. It was indeed insightful to also learn about the significant role of localization, and most possibly our key takeaways will be the 6 priority action areas for today as well. Following that, we now have Ms. Yi and Chen, the Associate Economic Officers at UNESCAP, who will discuss the goal profile for Goal 2, Zero Hunger. She's currently co-leading ESCAP and the World Forum Program's joint initiative on food system risk assessment and supporting the regional follow-up of the food systems. Over to you. Thank you, Maria. I'm a little bit too short for this. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ian from ESCAP, and I'm very happy today to join you to discuss about SDG 2 on zero hunger and how you or young people can be involved. And in my opinion, I think SDG 2 really is one of the goals that young people can have really direct and impactful impact, because we are at the time of history where we see the most young people today, and 60% of the global young people live in the Asia Pacific region. And we eat every day, we interact with food every day. So your decision on food and how you impact the people around you can really shape food systems and SDG 2, linking to all the other SDGs. So, okay. So in terms of progress, we see that Asia Pacific is really, there's still a lot to do in terms of SDG 2. You have all seen this, it's here. This graph that we are not on track. We are not where we should be at this time of the year, and we might not achieve zero hunger by 2030. And in terms of targets, the two targets that are furthest lacking behind are we still have a significant proportion of population that are suffering from moderate or severe food insecurity. And we are having risk in local breeds of local crops. And this has impacts on not only health and also environment because of monoculture, but it also has cultural impact because food shape our cultural identity. And it is really a shocking number to know that almost 60% of global hunger population live in the Asia Pacific region, and almost 50% cannot afford a healthy diet. So if looking at the table here, if we have 8 people on one table, 4 of us might not be able to afford a healthy diet. If we move on to the next slide. Okay. Yeah. So we see that food security issue is also an issue of inequality, because there are differences between different subregions. Like a person born in South Asia, for example, are 4 times more likely to be food insecure than if he was born in Eastern Asia. And within countries, there are also huge inequality. ESCAP has developed this tool that look at the difference between the better off population and the worse off population within countries to look at the divide. So we could see that, for example, in Nepal, in Pakistan, in Papua New Guinea, there's a big difference, and the richest part of population and the poorest part of populations in terms of their access to nutrition food. So food, SDG 2 is about health, it's about inequality, it's also about sustainability. We heard a lot about climate change today, and we know that at least 1/4 of all climate change impacts occur in agriculture, and in the shape of extreme heat and floods and drought. And food systems are not only a victim, but it also contributes significantly to climate change. It contributes over 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, a lot of biodiversity loss, and in some countries in Southeast Asia or in West Asia, for example, the agriculture sector consumes 90% of all freshwater use. So yeah, if we move to the next slide, we see that food security, we look at a person in hunger. At the back, it's really a very complex structural issue. And we see all the threats are converging
and are increasing. We see climate change converging with conflicts and economic stability, and all these issues play out in terms of food security in SDG 2. So if we go to the next slide, I would really encourage you, if we want to solve SDG 2, we should take a food system lens. This is just one of the graphs on food systems, but if you Google online, you can see a lot of food systems framework. And the central idea is that food system is a complex system from production, food processing, food distribution, food consumption, and it's interlinked with all the other systems on environment system, health system, social system, economic systems. So as young people, as youth, there are many entry points you could take on to advance SDG 2 to really transform our food systems. So on the right graph, you have some entry points of where youth can play a role. And I believe many of you are already leading in your area in terms of food system transformation. Maybe you are just not aware. So it's really worthwhile to look at food system as a whole and to educate yourself on what role you can play. So if we go to the next slide on how young people can be the agent of change, I think at substantial level, we can look at the food value chain from production-related activities or consumption-related activities. There are many. Okay. Yeah. We at ESCAP, we organized the regional follow-up to the Global Food System Summit, and we gather all the national food system leads and governments together in Bangkok to hear from them what are their challenges. And many of the leaders from your country say that youth employment in food system is a big issue. Farmers are aging quickly and young people are not interested in farming. So this is something we can, like youth can really play a role, especially knowing how innovative technology can really bring out changes, and young people are good at this area. And on consumption side, there are many things. You can be influencer, you can do food education, you can do volunteering. So there are some ideas here, but I also look forward to all your intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yan, for driving into the crucial topic of achieving zero hunger and also signifying how important it is for young people to contribute meaningfully in this process. Thank you again for highlighting the inequalities, sustainability aspect, and also calling for a full system approach. So as we dive into the heart of conversations, we are really eager to hear from you as well. So keep your questions coming, whether you're here in the room or virtually. You can post your questions on the whiteboard, and if we have time, we can also take your questions as well. Next, we would like to move on to the youth panel. Therefore, I'd like to hand it over to Maria.
Thank you, Riju. Up next, let's hear from our awesome young speakers, the very core of our panel. Our first speaker is Mohammad Ashraf Ali Fatima Asma, the founder and CEO of Agrio and Artful Harvest. Next up, we have Miriam Azinta Sulu, a graduate research assistant at the Solomon Islands National University, engaged in projects promoting Goal 2, Zero Hunger. She is joining us virtually. Our third speaker is Sila Nigat Shahid, a 24-year-old SRHR activist from Karachi, Pakistan. Our next speaker is Hadessa Bahrami, is a PhD holder in sports management from Iran, with a decade of volunteer experience with the Red Crescent and sports events. And last but not least, we have Roxana Kapari, a dedicated activist who is advocating for transgender rights and SOGIESC issues. Let's give a warm welcome to our speakers. Now let's shift gears to our youth panel. Speakers, we want to hear from each of you about the context of your relevant goal from a young person's perspective. Our esteemed speakers have been challenged to condense their brilliant ideas into lightning round of 2 to 3 recommendations. Get ready for some rapid fire insights. Who wants to kick off this journey first? Asma, you want to go first?
Okay.
Yeah, please come here.
Hello everyone, I am Asma, founder and CEO of Agrio. For my perspective, I looked at the challenge is high chemical usage. Its effect, environment and pervasive use of chemical processes serve a threat to ecosystem and soil contamination and depletion of natural resources. Chemical residues in crops and water sources impact public health and associated risks include cancer, respiratory problems, and birth defects. If we look progress in advocating sustainable agriculture, sharing the strides made in advancing sustainable agriculture practices, a commitment to reducing our reliance on harmful chemicals for the benefits of our environment and future generations. For barriers to sustainable agriculture adoption, recognizing the obstacles faced in transitioning from conventional to sustainable farming, financial constraints, knowledge gaps, and systemic challenges that demand strategic solutions. For my recommendation, I propose social protection systems, inclusive economic growth for no poverty, and strengthening agriculture systems for zero hunger. Additionally, I suggest community-based education and mentorship programs, policy advocacy networks, urban agriculture initiatives, youth-centric food innovation hubs, and integrating sustainable farming education into school curricula. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asma. Our next speaker is Miriam, who will be sharing how climate change impacts food security. Miriam, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Miriam Sulu from Solomon Islands. So my work basically is working with indigenous communities in Solomon Islands to revive and document a sustainable indigenous fishing net to catch bonito or skipjack tuna. I am also part of a tuna bottling initiative to address food security, especially during natural disasters. So some of the barriers that my team and I are facing are unrecognized indigenous fishing and its knowledge by our government and our youths for the significance of our indigenous way of life and the role it plays in enhancing no poverty and zero hunger. Another barrier is lack of financial aid to support widespread study and exploration to determine sustainable traditional technology. The vast exploration of this indigenous fishing is rather costly. It takes a lot of planning, and our local government do not have allocated funds for these types of activities. Therefore, it is a struggle for us as researchers wanting to bring about change when we ourselves are financially handicapped. Dying out of fishing practice by indigenous communities due to divert to modern gears, and also lack of fishing technology due to efficiency and the movement of younger generations to urban areas for work and study has caused our traditional way of life to gradually disappear. Thus, this also poses a challenge to our progressing work. Climate change has also affected our way of life. Changing water temperature has disrupted our normal fishing routines. saltwater intrusion destroying our gardens, and sea level rise washing away our islands, our heritage, our homes. In the community I am working with, road access is a huge issue, and the changing weather patterns, which influences a lot of rain, has become a nuisance since this, and also underutilized raw materials, which are mostly exported, and we import the finished products. And these companies doing this are owned by foreign investors. Some of the recommendations I would like to put across are advocacy for recognition by government, fishing industries, and relevant stakeholders for indigenous fishing, because this will allow constitution to be implemented. Our governments and our youth should invest in recognizing our ancestors' way of life, which is more reliable, healthy, and encourages no poverty and zero hunger. However, youths should be frontline of this advocacy and awareness. Improving existing traditional gears using durable materials, yet retain its sustainable characteristics. Youths can work with our communities to encourage continuous practice of using traditional technology, which costs nothing in terms of monetary values and provides food for our families. Third, integration of sustainable indigenous fishing practice with modern preservation. I would recommend the integration of traditional and modern science. Fish caught sustainably from indigenous fishing methods can be preserved using preservation techniques such as tuna bottling. This disallows waste of fish, since there is no cooling facilities in our villages, can be stored for unexpected occurrences due to climate change, and can be sold for income. Finally, utilize natural resources by introducing in-country processing plants to engage local youths to achieve employment, and also to avoid export on raw materials that can be utilized locally. This may not instantly achieve SDG 1 and 2, but slowly and surely something is better than nothing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miriam Azenta, for sharing the importance of food security and climate change. As we are talking about challenging environments, so why not we call Sila next, who will be talking about the accessibility to SRHR for marginalized communities.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone over here and also online. I hope that you all are doing well. My name is Sila Nighat Shahid, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Baithak Challenging Taboos. Baithak is a grassroots feminist organization that is working on reproductive justice across Pakistan. And a few of our key thematic areas include women's access to menstrual health and hygiene and management, family planning, and gender-based violence. And in the past 2 years, we are also actively advocating for the prioritization of women's SRHR needs during times of crisis and climate disaster. So in this presentation, I'll just be dissecting the intersectionality of SGD1, that is no poverty, with SRHR, that how are they interlinked, and then presenting a few recommendations towards the end. So going on to the first slide. So how is poverty tied to women's access to SRHR and vice versa? So it's actually an entire cycle. So it's because of women's SRHR needs that they are more prone, or I would say susceptible to poverty. In the communities that I work with, there's a common practice that as soon as a girl gets her first period, she's considered to be an adult and therefore made to drop out of school or forced into an early or childhood marriage. So because of this, it really restricts women's opportunity to get education and then to also become an able contributor in the economy or get employment opportunities for them as they grow up. Therefore, because of women's SRHR needs, because it's a concept that there's like a ticking reproductive clock, due to which in this region of the world, especially in South Asia, women are pushed into early marriages, and therefore they have to drop out of their careers, or even if they're working, they have to leave their careers behind. Therefore, they do not have enough financing for themselves. And then vice versa, that because women don't have those earning opportunities and financing for themselves, they are unable to prioritize their SRHR needs. Because most of the times, the money that comes for women to pay for SRHR products and services, that is coming from the domestic income. And that's why most of the times it's not prioritized, and women have no autonomy on when do they want to access those services and how do they want to access it. So it's an entire cycle that has to be looked at this way, and keeping women's SRHR needs at the center of it. So I will moving on to the key recommendations. I will be discussing a few challenges from my experience of working with grassroots, specifically in SRHR, and presenting each recommendation with it. So the first recommendation is to integrate SRHR and poverty eradication initiatives and adopt gender-responsive budgeting that understands women's susceptibility to poverty due to their SRHR needs and vice versa. This is that women in our society do a lot of unpaid labor and also a lot of reproductive labor that does not get integrated in the poverty eradication programs. And even when the budgeting is done, a lot of times the gender lens, specifically addressing women's SRHR needs, is overlooked. And we've witnessed this in the communities that we work with as well. So this is one of the recommendations to keep women's SRHR needs at the as a key priority as well. The second one is to adapt a systems thinking approach that promotes community engagement and ownership of grassroots, especially youth on SGDs. Now, this comes from the challenge that a lot of community initiatives start, but they are not able to sustain themselves. This is because when the planning phase of a lot of projects or initiatives are being done, the communities are missing in that part, and specifically the youth is missing from that part. So the youth does not only want to be an acceptor of, like, on the accepting end of the initiatives, but we also want to be collaborators. We also want to be a part of when these initiatives are being designed, and specifically the grassroots also want to be a part of when these initiatives are being designed, so that we can have ownership to this. Because specifically in SRHR, it is seen that many initiatives still in Pakistan focus on the word maternal and child health. That automatically kind of eliminates the youth perspective from it. That what about the SRHR challenges that unmarried people are facing? And what about other challenges that fall under SRHR, for example, gender-based violence? So these narratives can only be included when the youth and the grassroots become equal collaborators during the design phase of these solutions and programs. And to be able to do that, the final recommendation is connected to this, that to extend flexible resources and funding toward youth-led feminist grassroots organization. And specifically when we're talking about funding that on doing work regarding SRHR and women's health, this funding has to be extended to organizations that have women majority decision making. And I would again like to focus on flexible funding, because the youth in itself, they're going through multiple challenges at once. They themselves are going through they themselves are going through a lot of challenges, or maybe living in this part of the world. They are also the ones who are being affected by these crises. So it is important that the youth gets that, gets that space to do their work with proper financial and human resources to do so. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. If anyone wants to connect, there, like my connection details are over here. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Sila. Your discussion has further enriched our ongoing dialogue. And next we have Hadisa, who will be sharing some region-specific experiences related to high-performance agricultural practices.
Hello, everybody. Access to quality education is a pivotal component of SDG1, as it equips young individuals with skills and knowledge needed to break up the cycle of poverty. Additionally, addressing the broader spectrum of multidimensional poverty involves ensuring access to basic health. About SDG 2, for young people as both recipients and contributors to these strategies face challenges in ensuring secure and sufficient food supplies. There are so many issues and barriers that we're going to talk about. First, barriers are economic disparities, climate change, limited access to education, gender inequality, and healthcare challenges, which this is what we worked on in Iran. And about the progress and impact of our work, first is community-based education initiatives. The process is implementing community-based education programs that have increased access to quality education for underprivileged youth, contributing to SDG 1, and the impact is empowering your youth individuals with knowledge and skill to break the cycle of poverty. We also did youth-led agricultural projects, advocacy for gender inclusive policies, and health education campaigns. There are so many barriers and challenges that I'm going to talk about. Limited funding and resources. The barrier is insufficient funding, about the scalability and sustainability of education and agricultural initiatives. The challenge is struggling to reach a larger demographic due to financial constraints. About climate-related challenges, the barriers on unpredictable weather pattern and natural disasters pose challenges for youth-led agricultural projects, and challenges are, well, the challenge is climate change impacts affecting the food security and agricultural productivity. And the last one, policy implementation gaps, and also limited healthcare infrastructure, which I'm talking about healthcare for now. Barriers were inadequate healthcare infrastructure, limiting the impacts of health education campaigns, and one challenge overcoming disparities in access to essential health services, especially in remote areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hadisa, for sharing these high-performing agricultural practices. Next, we have Ruxana, who will be talking about specific challenges that the Jugi community is facing with a zero hunger goal.
Dozalapa, everybody. My name is Ruxana Kopali. I'm going to talk about forced eviction and displacement from the ancestral residence of the Jugi community of Nepal. Before beginning, who are the Jugi community? Nepal is home to more than 100 different ethnic groups, among which one of the indigenous ethnic groups are Newa people. Our homeland is in and around the Kathmandu Valley, and we have our own language, we have our own culture, we use our own calendar, which is the year 1144. So it's one of the indigenous groups in Nepal. While Nepal itself is incredibly diverse, the Newa community in itself is also very diverse. There are more than 64 communities within the Newa community, among which are the Jugi people, where you see surnames like Kopali, Dorsantari, and Kusli. The historical origination of this community is also very much closely related with the South Asian Jogi, Yogi, or Nath culture. There's also practice of caste discrimination and untouchability within the Newa community. And it's noted that during the medieval period, the Hindu religious religious script of Narad Smriti was translated to our native language, and the law called Manav Nyaya Vikasini was introduced, which legally established caste system. Similarly, the country code, Muluki Ain, during the Rana regime, classified the Jugi community as the community from which the water cannot be accepted. Similarly, the spatial distribution and organization of Neva society is also based on caste, where caste determines which part of the town you live, which means for the Jugi community, our place of residence in the historical period was assigned as Satoche, which is the name of the structure that we have historically lived in. However, because Nepal has multiple languages spoken, but we still only use one language for official purposes. So we have to translate everything from different languages of Nepal to Nepali language in the state mechanism, which means that a lot of indigenous cultures and concepts are often mistranslated and wrongly interpreted in Nepali language, which gives the structures that we live in, which we call Satoche, are legally categorized as Pati Powa, which then, according to the Nepali law, is categorized as the public property, which means the rights, the ownership right is vested under the name of the government, and the community that has been living since the historical period has been denied of the right to ownership in our own homes. Similarly, we see also the vicious circle of legalities, which is basically like the parliament says, hey, we've made law regarding land and land rights, right? But then there is no specific law that addresses the specific need of the Jugi community. Then the government would say, hey, but the law says that this is a public property. So this is going to be under our ownership. And then we would go to the judicial system, to the courts, and we would be told that you don't have any ownership documents, so we cannot issue an order on your behalf. Similarly, I would like to point that there are several different international laws, which due to time constraints, I won't be able to go through all of them. But in general, the UDHR Article 25 ensures right to adequate housing. The Constitution of Nepal itself under Article 37 ensures right to housing, to Article 25 ensures right to property, and the Universal Declaration of Indigenous Rights also ensures that the traditional property of indigenous people have right to ownership of their traditional property. And at the end, I would like to recommend that Nepal has failed to recognize the specific needs of the Jugi community. The state itself has not created any mechanisms to ensure documentation for Jugi community, and the same state is using that as an excuse to remove us from our own property. That is why, to ensure I recommend that the state should acknowledge, respect, and guarantee right to housing and ownership to the Jugi community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roxana, for sharing challenges in relation to zero hunger goal for a community which we often overlook. Fantastic insights from our youth panels. Let's appreciate our speakers' efforts. It's time for questions from our audience, both physically present and virtually. For Q&A session, I will be handing over to Riju. Yeah.
Hi again, everyone. This time I will take a question from our virtual participants first, and then I'll come back to you. So we have a few questions in our chat on Zoom, but we'll be taking only one question from our virtual participants. So there's a question from Vaibhav Gaur, who asks, do you think that food inequalities can be dealt with by incorporating cultural contributions and practices? So food security and cultural practices. Anybody who'd like to take this question?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very interesting question. Yeah, food security, I said it's a very complicated issue because hypothetically, we do have enough food to feed all the 8 million people in the world, right? But we know the problem is about distribution, it's about food waste. So it can go back to the history of colonization, capitalism. So we do encourage local diets, and as we see from the SDG 2 goal profile targets, that local indigenous food are being lost. And that's a problem. That's a problem for the whole environment, because when the environment is less diverse, it's less resilient to climate change, and then it could cause more food security issue. So yes, we do need to encourage more indigenous knowledge, indigenous crops, diversity of different animals, and local context to preserve food systems, to have enough resilience. And the whole agroecology concept really embrace this idea of having enough diversity and in food systems that embrace culture. And this is also an area where young people can really play an important role, as they really know their local community. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody from the youth panel who would also like to take the question? Okay, no worries. We can move on to our physical participants. Anybody from the group would like to put up a question? So we will only be taking one question because of the constraints of time. But I would still request you to put your questions on the whiteboard behind and help make our youth panelists and our speakers answer your questions as well. So we will be taking one question from the floor. So I think the hand was there first. Anybody who can pass the mic?
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Hello, I'm taking the stage again. But yeah, it is interesting to talk about the food security and also the poverty. And yeah, just trying to reflect from what's happening in my country, in here in Indonesia. We are still fighting for the stunting. So in Indonesia, stunting is still become a big problem, and also it's like the grassroots activists, also like the healthcare, trying to reduce the number of stunting in Indonesia. We are now currently at the 21.6%. And I believe that at the global level, the WHO trying to reduce the stunting number below 100 millions. And I just want to hear some best practices that maybe some of the panels have experience in dealing with the food security that might also have impact on the stunting, which we know that the climate change will bring more threats to our agriculture, which also will reduce the nutrition in our stock, in our foods. So yeah, I just want to hear some kind of those best practice that maybe we can inspire, that can inspire us to be implemented in our own country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. So anybody from the panel who would like to take this question on stunting and food security? I'm afraid to pass the mic to the same person again, but
Thanks for the question. I might not be directly focused on just this issue itself, but I think from the discussion and all of the many examples we heard from the panelists is that we're looking for SDG 1 and SDG 2 at many multidimensional issues. And I think it's key that for community level action, it's not to be overwhelmed by this complexity and to result in inaction. There are some challenges that by the nature of them then lead to further challenges. So I think for the community level decision makers, it's key to focus on what are some of the high impact initiatives that can actually drive change in the medium term. So what are the root causes of poverty? And I think in that regard, it's key that we're looking at some of the social protection systems that need to be in place that enable communities, families to generate incomes, to be in employment, to send the kids to schools, and then also to continue to be engaged in agricultural activities. So from child benefits to actually also having unemployment pension schemes and so on. So I think social protection is one key element, and access to equal opportunities when it comes to an inclusive economic growth model. I think for the medium term, I think we need to keep that medium long term perspective in mind, even though the short term challenges are so pressing. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. I also just wanted to add one angle to this, because like you were talking about stunting, and like even in Pakistan, like the province I'm in, Sindh specifically, it has a very, very high, it has 46% children who are stunted. Like it's very, very high. And because we work on SRHR, so I also did a community survey because like I've also studied public health nutrition. So, I did a survey regarding why the underlying factors, just like you mentioned, that the underlying factors of why does this stunting exist, and the highest and the reason that had the highest correlation was the number of pregnancies a woman had. So the more number of children a woman had, the lesser the gap between the children. Therefore, the children were more susceptible to be stunted. So again, like the underlying factors, they're so interlinked. And I think specifically when we talk about issues regarding malnutrition or any and food insecurity, they're also very, very closely linked to SRHR, and specifically like the spaces, the birth spacing that's in between the children. Specifically, I feel like in this part of the world, it's very, very correlated. So I just wanted to put that perspective as well to your question. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sila. Because we have a little more time, we are taking one more question from the floor. So, yes.
Yeah, thank you for the chance. So hi everyone, I'm Lin and I'm working for Action at Vietnam. So thank you a lot for the sharing and the presentation from the panelists. I just want to ask a question, and it's addressed to Miss Yi An Chen. Is it? Yeah. Thank you. And also like anyone from the panelists as well, if let's say you guys are interested in the question. So I want to ask about sustainable food system and also a sustainable agriculture and our culture. Yeah, so let me give some like a context from Vietnam and actually Vietnam. So Vietnam is at the top 5 most affected country by climate change. But at the same time, our aquaculture and agriculture is the key, like a main contribution for the GDP, right? So at just now you mentioned about agriculture, aquaculture is affected by climate change, but at the same time, it's also contribute to like greenhouse gas emission. So in ActionAid Vietnam, our work is like we do like multiple intervention about that. So we do training for young people, young farmer about climate change. We also apply like a renewable energies solution. For example, like solar panel, at the same time, like biogas, and also like integrating the mangrove tree plantation. So these are the few activities that we are doing. But we also want to hear like the best practice or good practice. For example, like project that we are doing to or also like the opportunity from COP28 commitment or technologies that you guys see to fasten the progress of like sustainable food system or sustainable agriculture and our culture. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm clear. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think you described the situation very well because it is really a complex issue, and agriculture is a big issue in Asia because Asia contributes to 80% of the whole world's, for example, shrimp farming, and it pollutes a lot of the ocean, of the environment. But at the same time, we know like, I think you really highlighted the need for system lens because in the agri-food systems, it employs 30% of the Asia Pacific populations, but agri-food systems contribution to GDP is going down. So we have less and less investment in this area. But at the same time, it does employ a lot of people, especially the poorer part of populations depends on agri-food systems. And with climate change coming, there are different needs. So I think this is why we need a more innovative approach. I don't know so much about agriculture, but I know, for example, in livestock, like we know cows or shrimps contribute to a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So there are some agriculture innovations that put specific enzyme in cow stomach, so they don't fart, they don't produce methane, and then it could reduce the greenhouse gas emission. So there are different kind of technologies like that. And when we talk about technology, it also doesn't have to be very highly developed. It could be social innovation, including like women's participation, and then to really engage more women in agriculture. Because we also know that by research, women make better decisions in terms of natural resource use, like it makes more environmental conscious decisions. So there are some practices like that can achieve different goals across the SDGs. I think this is why we need more forums to exchange these ideas and more documentation of what's being done in different countries, noting that also these issues, especially in food systems, is very context specific. So each country might have different specific context. Yeah, maybe. And there are other panelists that want to add to this. Okay.
Any of the youth panelists who would like to add on this? Okay, I think that brings us to the end of panel 2. Thank you everyone again for engaging with us, and I hope you had a good time. So we now break into the tea break, which is going to be around 25 minutes long because we've spilled over 5 minutes. So see you back in 25 minutes and let the conversations keep flowing. Thank you. Please stay and take a picture. Yeah. Witness in India. I will put my bag and I will bring the We will go by here. What do you after I'm ready, or do you want to bring your staff? Maybe we can walk to send you to bring your staff.
Okay.
มันจะไปพระราม7ขาแข็งมากเลยขาแข็งมากแบบทางด่วนมัน65 บาทไงมันแพงอ่ะสีรัดตรงนั้นอ่ะขึ้นตรงไหนก็65ลงตรงไหนก็65พลังก็ต้องรู้ครับไม่ทำพลังไม่ไประหว่างขึ้นทางของทางสวัสดีครับที่บอกว่ามาเฮ้ยเขาบอกให้ไม่เขาบอกว่ายังรู้เลยOkay. This okay. Second. One. อันนั้นใช่ไหม
Please take your seats. Hi, guys. Hello, and this is the last session for the day. So since morning, we have been discussing, what are the progress gaps and challenges around some of the goals under review in 2024, and that being goals around poverty, the goal around zero hunger, as well as around climate action. And we have all had discussions, and we have seen how, young people can contribute, you have solutions. Young people are not passive in taking the information, but you are actively engaging in this process, and you have the solutions and you know the way forward. So I think that is how we have geared the sessions since morning. And the last session today is focused on goal 16 and goal 17. And goal 16 is basically the goal that focuses on peace, on justice, on inclusive and accountable institutions. Goal 17, in a gist, it focuses on partnerships. It focuses on multi-stakeholder partnerships. It focuses on finances, having capabilities, ensuring equitable trade relationships, on capacities, and also talks about policy coherence at national level, but also at the global and the and as well as at the regional level. Now, what are these two goals, goal 16 and goal 17? Goal 16 and goal 17 are basically the enabling factors that will ensure the implementation of the rest of the goals. And that is how we see it. In addition to that, although goal 5 is a goal in itself, which is focused on gender equality and women's empowerment, goal 5 is also an enabling factor to sustainable development. Gender equality, sexual and reproductive health and rights are core to human capabilities, enhancement of human capabilities, which will contribute to sustainable development. So today's session, basically, the last session, we are going to look at what are these means of implementations or partnerships and how they are going to contribute, and where are we around these goal 16 and goal 17, and what are some of the way forwards. I'm also joined by my co-moderators, who is Harshini and Shiva. And the Youth Voices session is something that will be moderated by Harshini and Shiva. Today, we also have some of the speakers from UN agencies here. I would like to call upon to stage Sylvia Wang. You can come on to the stage. We also have with us Bindu Bhandari. She's from UN Women. You can also come on to the stage. And we have with us Vivian. Vivian, you can come on to the stage. And we also have Surbhi. Yes, please come on to the stage. So we will start off with the first presentation. And the presentation is going to look at young people's sexual and reproductive health and rights. And it will also look at some of the connections, in terms of the broader SDG 16, SDG 17, in a certain way. And we have with us Sylvia Wang. Sylvia is with UNFPA, and she's the technical advisor, adolescent and youth for the UNFPA's Asia and the Pacific Regional Office. And without much ado, I call upon Sylvia to make her presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. And I know it's the end of the day. We're tired. You just flew in, but you're also excited to be in Bangkok. And I'm so excited to be able to be here with you and spend this afternoon to talk about something that's deeply intrinsic about who we are as human beings, who we are as individuals, and who we are as a society. And that's sexual and reproductive health. It's probably something that people think is just health, but it's your identity. It's about your rights. It's about your right to protect your body, to your right to friendships, relationships, your right to decide whom to be intimate with, whom to have relationships, with whom and when, to have children if you wish to have a family if you wish to, or maybe not. It's all up to you, and that's what sexual and reproductive health and rights is about. And it's also about having the information, the education, the services, the people to support you in making those decisions about your life. And so I'm very glad to be able to be here to share a little bit about how that is happening in this region. It's some good news and some not so pleasant news about where young people in the Asia Pacific region are faring, but I think there's hope because it's with your generation, my generation, and the generations behind us that are going to make the difference. So without further ado, let me begin by I'll share that I'll do an overview. First, a snapshot of the data situation on young people's sexual and reproductive health. Then I was also asked to talk about humanitarian and our response, trying to make that link to climate justice, etc. But I know many of you are the experts here, and you can also tell and share your experiences and your perspectives of what needs to be done. But I want to also share that we know whatever happens, even though this forum is about 16 and 17, all the SDGs are interlinked. Good health is linked with non-health factors, education, human capacity building, as what Sai had mentioned as well, because we know that they're all interlinked and we need all these different inputs, empowerment, etc., to make a difference in our lives. So without further ado, let me start with my first slide. After that introduction. So do we have presentation or you got it? Otherwise, I could just speak off my notes. Okay, so just to say that there are almost 1 billion young people aged 10 to 24 in your region, and you represent 60% of the world's young people in the world. And that's huge, that's powerful. So we need to use that power together. Great, thank you. And across this vast region, we know, however, that young people have limited access to the important information, education, and services they need. And how do we know that? The data really shows this picture. Next slide, please. Okay. So here you can see that across the region, 40 million girls or 40 million adolescents aged 15 to 19 have had sex. And this shows that it's relatively, okay, actually, can you go back to the earlier slide? Here, thank you. So this just to show the diversity across the region about how in South Asia, East Asia, Southeast Asia, there are some gender differentials between boys and girls. There's a higher percentage of girls who have sex earlier than boys in South Asia, but you'll see it flipped in East Asia and Pacific. But regardless of such, we need to ensure that the education, information, and services are there for boys and girls and young people alike. And the question is, do they have the information, skills, and services to have a healthy life? So next slide, please. The data, unfortunately, might say otherwise. Here, I'll share with you that you'll see that 1 in 3 women in this region do not have access to family planning when they wish to. So that's quite high. So one can imagine what are the health and psychosocial support concerns that these young women would have. And less than 1 in 4 sexually active unmarried adolescents are using a modern method. So there's quite a lot of risk involved. Next slide, please. So here you can see that across the region, 1 in 6 young women in the Pacific have started childbearing, early motherhood. You can see some of the stats. It's across 1 in 8 in South Asia and 1 in 14 in Southeast Asia. And we know that this is often linked with non-health factors such as school leaving, poverty, hunger, etc., crises. Okay, next slide, please. And unfortunately, we know that in many circumstances, there is sexual violence in the context in relationships. These figures demonstrate too often that the sex is not consensual, it's tricked, pressured, force. So you can see some of the data points there. It's quite a challenging situation. Next slide, please. And when it is consensual, it is criminalized for some. So you can see some of the statistics there. So let me, I'll go on and move quite quickly. Next slide, please. Thank you. But when it comes to access to services, unfortunately, data has showed us that more than 1 in 2 girls report at least one serious problem accessing health services. So that's simply not, we're not doing enough to make the services accessible, friendly, etc. Let me pivot to another topic I was asked to speak to, which is about the humanitarian situation. We know you've probably discussed earlier that the Asia Pacific region is the most disaster-prone region in the world, further impacted by the climate crises, with increased flooding, rising sea levels, etc. And we also know for gendered reasons, women and girls are disproportionately affected. And unfortunately, we also know that pregnancies, women's and girls' periods do not stop for disasters. So I just want to share that there is a UNFPA regional pre-positioning initiative. You can see the countries that are listed here, where we provide life-saving need, or we provide essential kits, reproductive health kits, dignity kits, and tents in a very fast and responsive way. And that since it started, we've provided supplies to over 250,000 women and girls affected by 138 emergencies in 16 countries. Next slide, please. Thinking a little bit about more of a protracted crisis here in Bangladesh. I'm not sure if there are any colleagues here from Bangladesh as well, but this is just to share about a particular example of how UNFPA in Cox's Bazar, the world's largest refugee camp, a protracted crisis, and how we're meeting the needs of boys and girls in a program called Girls Shine, which is looking to build girls' life skills, sexual reproductive health, provide psychosocial support, menstrual health, etc., to girls so that they can manage their lives. And also a program called Champions of Change, which is looking with boys so that we can, boys can learn about gender, can understand about gender-based violence and learn to mitigate the impacts in their community. So this is a very interesting example of UNFPA working in a protracted humanitarian crisis. If anyone has questions about that, I'd be happy to clarify a little bit more. Anyways, so to wrap it up, what can you do? Some key recommendations about what young people in the room and all your networks can advocate for. First, we want to talk to your governments, work through your communities, work through civil society groups to talk about how health services can be adolescent friendly and how to include a focus on adolescent sexual and reproductive health within universal health coverage, policies, plans, etc., and financing mechanisms, because too often it's not available to young people or financed by the government. Strengthen and quality the coverage of comprehensive sexuality education in and out of school, and also look for ways to leverage digital platforms. I know some of you are engaged in the digital space and can work on that as well. For humanitarian situations, we want you to advocate also and work alongside of us to talk about adolescents' unique needs as part of disaster and preparedness plans. And that you can also engage such as what we've designed in Bangladesh to ensure that girls and boys' unique needs are covered. Finally, we want you to work with us to engage in public-private partnerships to support program implementation and financing for young people's health and development. So tapping into new tools, digital technologies, so we can co-create youth-led solutions together. Thank you very much and have a
Thank you, Sylvia, for bringing in the importance of young people's adolescent sexual and reproductive health and rights. And now we have with us Bindu. Bindu is from UN Women, and she's the gender and climate analyst. And she is with the UN Women Regional Office for the Asia and the Pacific. And to let you all know, she was, one of the participants at the first APFSD Youth Forum in 2017. So, Bindu is coming to us in a different role, and we welcome you, Bindu.
Hi, good afternoon. Namaste. As I just mentioned, I was here 7 years back. So happy to be back here. Thank you. But in a different role, as introduced, I am Bindu and I work with UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. I come from my expertise in climate change science and modeling, but I have a different role now with UN Women, looking at the intersection of gender and climate. In today's presentation, I will be focusing very broadly on gender equality, which is our SDG 5. And this is the last session, from what I understand. I don't want this to be boring. I'm sure you have had a long day. So let's start with a fun quiz. We all know that we have 17 SDGs. You have been hearing there that you have been championing all these SDGs. But how many of you know or have an idea how many of those 17 SDGs do not have any gender sensitive indicators? Want to take a guess? I'm sorry, I don't have a gift for the winners. You can take a guess. Quick. Spell it out. Four. Okay. Seven. Anyone else? Okay. I know I don't have a lot of time. I would have a lot to hear from all of you, but here is your answer. As you can see on the slide over here, there is uneven gender focus across the SDGs. And as you can see, SDGs 6, 7, 9, 12, 14, 15, and 17, which makes a total of 7 SDGs out of 17, which do not have gender sensitive indicator. Although we have a dedicated SDG 5, which focuses on gender equality, but gender equality is such a cross-cutting theme. And ideally, we should have had cross-cutting indicators focused on gender equality, but we still are lagging behind. Not to say that everything is doom and gloom, but just to paint the picture very broadly, very holistically. Moving on. So this snapshot, I have captured a few pictures here from the Asia Pacific SDG Progress Report, which was published last year in 2023. So as you can see, there are some snapshots of graphs. So what I'm trying to convey here, the message is goal 5, if you pay a close attention to goal 5, which is gender equality, you can see that at the midpoint. So 2023, which marks the midpoint of SDGs from implementation from 2050 until 2023. So 2030. So 2023, which was last year, the midpoint for SDG implementation, so that we are still a long way off on almost all of the SDGs, all of the 17 SDGs. But if you pay a close attention to SDG 5, which is gender equality again, looking at the data availability by goal, there are significant data gaps in goal 5, gender equality, also corresponding to goal 14, life and water, and goal 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. Each of these with less than 30% sufficient data available. And as we say, what is not measured cannot be improved. So it shows incredible gender data gaps. That is why I would like to also introduce you to UN Women's initiative called Women Count. As you can see, Women Count logo over there. Sorry. Okay. UN Women Count is an initiative. It's a global multi-stakeholder strategy which aims to make gender data accessible, more accessible, and better gender data availability so that we can better track the progress on SDG 5. Now I'd like to Oh, I'm not good at this pointer. Sorry about that. Okay. No, sorry. Okay, that is not the slide. Okay, so if I would like to zoom in on this slide, you can see that we have 9 indicators over here. Sorry, 9 targets for gender equality. So the one I'd like to focus on the graph over the picture on the top right over there. So if you can see of the 9, you can see that the one with the gray shade, those are the targets in which we do not have sufficient measurement actions. So those are the ones which cannot be easily measured. So which includes violence against women and girls. We do not have enough data to measure it more accurately. Okay, 2 minutes. I'll try to wrap it up quick. Unpaid care work, reproductive health access and rights, which my colleague Sylvia just focused on before me. Also equal economic rights. So these are some of the targets within SDG 5, which do not have enough data availability in the Asia Pacific region, but also globally. Now, moving on to the next slide. Oh. Okay, sorry. This is taking. Okay, so I'd like to just focus on this slide, which indicates violence against women, intimate partner violence. Sylvia talked about young people's SRHR and in relation to what can be done, but also what are the current gaps. So I won't go into the detail, but just one fact. As you can see there on the slide, nearly 22 countries note that prevalence rates of intimate partner violence higher than the global aggregate of 13% in this region, the Asia Pacific region from where we come in. So this is to say that our region is lagging behind, and very necessarily, very importantly is to note that we do not have enough gender data on this relating to this indicator and this target. Next slide, focusing on women's economic empowerment, also burden of unpaid care and domestic work. Data indicates that domestic work activities such as cooking, cleaning, shopping, unpaid care activities, and supervising and minding children, playing with them, etc., or helping adults and elderly continue to be largely performed by women across countries in the region. You have some examples of the countries. The slide, I'm not sure if you can see it clearly from the behind, but I'll be very happy to share the slides afterwards so that you can zoom in and make the analysis by yourself. I have some more slides, but I got the indication that the time is over. What I'd like to wrap up here by the key takeaway from whatever I have shared so far is that although gender is cross-cutting, we do not have a gender monitoring and indicator frameworks distributed equally across all the SDG, all the 17 SDGs. We looked at how some of the SDGs targets do not have enough gender data availability to measure the progress. And again, what cannot be measured cannot be improved. So what's the solution for youth and young people out here? How about we co-design the solutions? UN Women. So I'm not coming up here with recommendations. So what UN Women has is this platform called 30 for 2030, which gives essentially a platform for young people like yourself, youth leaders from across the Asia Pacific region to come together, work with us, and connect with each other. So I'll be very happy to share more about 30 for 2030 network and how we can engage with us to help strengthen and achieve gender equality in the region and broadly. I'll be around here after this session and happy to exchange more. Sorry for taking 2 more minutes, but very happy to be back here and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bindu. And what Sylvia and what Bindu have shared are, very intrinsic. These are about how, if as humans, human development is more important, which includes your health, your sexual and reproductive health and rights, your education, which contributes to then any kind of transformative sustainable development. So we have touched on the micro, and now we want to go to SDG 16. And we have with us Soumya Surbi. She's the Climate Justice and Youth Coordinator with UNDP, Bangkok Regional Office. And Soumya, over to you.
Hi. I think I have a presentation as well, but I'm kind of scared to use this now since Bindu had so much trouble with it. Is it? Oh, okay. No, this is not mine. Can we have my presentation? Oh, perfect. Hi, everyone. Nice to see so many young faces here. And I see the green represented. Sorry about not conforming. All my green clothes were dirty. I'm Soumya Surti. I am with the youth team at UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub. So I have the pleasure of actually working with a lot of young people day in and day out. And I kind of wanted to go through a little bit on our progress towards achieving SDG 16, which is around peace, justice, and strong institutions. Just to kind of start off a little bit to give context about how UNDP defines governance as the system of values, policy, and institutions by which a society manages its economic, political, and social affairs through interactions within and among the state, civil society, and private sector. And the reason I'm sharing that is because we are working within this structure, within the governance structure. And I kind of want to give an overview of the status in Asia Pacific, which might not sound so great, but let's start before we move towards more hopeful things. Okay, yes. So I think we have seen a lot of this. I don't think any of it is new to people. That generally reports tell us, that there is a democratic backsliding. There is a decline in democracy, a decline in civil liberties like freedom of expression, freedom of assembly and association, all across the world, but also in Asia and Pacific. The civic space for people is shrinking in the region, which I think will be, not news to you. It also means there is a gap in ability to access justice, which is quite significant. The environment is also a little bit dangerous for human rights defenders and activists in the region who might want to defend these rights, which has led to, thank you. Which has led to youth disappointment with democratic systems. I don't know if this is reflective of how you guys feel here, but generally it has been noted that young people are not happy with the systems of governance that we have at the moment. They don't have a lot of trust with institutions, with their governments, and they do not believe that governments are doing their best. Which also means, this is cause and effect. There is a very low rate of youth representation in parliaments. Across Asia, it's actually 2.05%. But if you actually take out, I think, India, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Thailand, Malaysia, and Pakistan, it's even less so. So despite, I think we heard about how youth are a massive proportion of population in Asia Pacific, it remains that young people are not represented in parliaments, especially young women who are underrepresented in politics. Overall, only 20% of Asia's parliamentarians are women, and this is not counting young women specifically, just women. And in Pacific, only 16.3%. So overall, the representation is not great. There is also poor representation of persons with disabilities, LGBTI people, as well as other leave no one behind groups in political institutions. Okay, so after I've given you a very bleak picture, I wanna introduce a little bit about what we do to kind of give an idea of what we want to do with young people. So the youth empowerment portfolio in Asia and Pacific is the is the youth portfolio with the program with which I work at UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub, which aims to invest and empower young people across the region to accelerate the implementation of SDGs. So within that, we work at the upstream, midstream, and downstream levels. And one of our areas of intervention is obviously youth and climate action, with which I closely work. And within that, climate justice is the way we work with SDG 16, as well as enhancing civic engagement and youth political participation. And this is what is youth political participation? I don't know if all of you have heard of this before, but of course it means a broad spectrum of activities. It constitutes voting, holding office, to engaging in protests, advocacy, community decision-making, and holding stakeholders accountable. So can we move? Yeah. So within that, what do we do? So we work with, we are trying to enhance youth civic engagement and participation in the region towards SDG 16. And this has been done through, a review of all the initiatives that already existed around youth political participation, for instance. I think we looked at over 1,000. Okay, sorry. I think maybe I should look at that too. Sorry. Yeah. So we work on youth peace and security as well as youth political participation, and that is a cornerstone of our programming. One of the things that we're working on is working with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Oh God, 1 minute. For a youth parliament toolkit. Okay, I'll move on. Current status. Okay, so through the research that we've done on youth political participation, what we've realized is that there are 3 levels of engagement that we look at, which is in the room, around the room, and outside the room. And what we, as you can see from the data that's on the screen, is that a lot of initiatives have focused on for youth, but not with youth or by youth. As well as, while there is a lot of outside the room informal engagement, there is not so much inside the room formal decision making. So, and we've also realized that, people look at youth in a very generic way. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. But I'll go on anyway. Generic youth and women language without addressing specific youth needs, including young women's challenges. So, the fact that youth are invisible in data, they remain underrepresented in public and political institutions, and in civic processes like elections, parliaments, public administration, political parties, and civil society organizations is what we are trying to work on. So within that, So within that, what we are working on is prioritizing active participation in governance for young people, involving youth in political processes, increasing level of engagements with parliaments and youth, focusing on around-the-room strategies to support initiatives like training and mentorship for youth, of political parties to bridge gap between informal and formal engagement, strengthen civic education, development of effective civic education programs to support young people, collaborate and develop national strategies and frameworks around youth political participation, making sure that there are safe spaces for young people to participate in political processes, so that their mental health support, psychological well-being is looked after, as well as empowering young people to know their rights and be aware of them, to participate in these processes. And of course, as a youth team, we always co-design and co-lead our work with youth. So we invite you to also be part of it. Please find me later to talk more on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya. And exactly that is what we are doing at the APFSD Youth Forum, expanding the civic space for us, not just at the regional level, but also at the national level, so that young people can, have that dedicated space where you can discuss, what sustainable development agenda would mean for you, and how you want to transform that. On that note, we have with us Vivian Maina, who is the comms professional. currently serving as part of the comms and outreach team at the United Nations Office for Project Services, UNOPS, and she will focus and shine light on SDG 17. Over to you, Vivian.
I'm going to see if I can actually use it. Oh, God. I'm sorry, clearly I'm not a use. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. Okay, the first slide, thank you. Okay, my name is Vivian Maina, and I am honored to be part of this year's Asia Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. I am also representing the United Nations Office for Project Services, and sorry, I'll be sharing some insights on Sustainable Development Goal 17, which is partnerships for the goals. And I'll be drawing some insights from UNOPS research, the SDG Gateway, as well as some examples from some of the initiatives that we are working on in UNOPS across Southeast Asia and the Pacific. SDG 17, thank you. SDG 17 focuses on collaboration, partnerships, and coordination among stakeholders such as governments, civil society organizations, philanthropies, the private sector, and also individuals like everyone in this room who come together to work towards achieving the SDGs. SDG 17 is important because in order to tackle the existing threats that we are facing, such as climate change, pollution, inequalities, and even unprecedented pandemics like we witnessed, we're going to need all hands on deck. And from UNOPS and beyond, we can see the power of partnerships in some of the initiatives that are being carried out across the region to advance sustainable development. Yeah, next slide, thank you. So how has SDG 17 in the Asia Pacific region fared so far? There has been improvements in the digital and economic strengthening sector. So remarkable strides have been made to promote digital transformation in the Asia Pacific to bridge the digital divide. To give an example, UNOPS, the organization that I am working for, and other UN agencies are working on a joint SDG fund program that is promoting digital transformation across the North and South Pacific to digitally empower communities. Another area where SDG 17 has fared really well in the Pacific is innovative climate and energy partnerships. The Asia Pacific region has also been a hotbed for climate action and energy transition. In our organization, UNOPS, we have a program known as CMAP, and basically CMAP is a program that's working to address marine plastic pollution across Southeast Asia, and we are doing this thanks to support from World Bank and also partnering with the ASEAN Association for Southeast Asian Nations. And why are we doing this? Why is this one of our many initiatives? It's because to prevent, like reports are showing that by 2050, there's going to be more plastic in the ocean than seas. So we have to act now. Another area where there has been notable progress in SDG 17 is innovative solutions. The drive for SDG 17 is not just about what we are doing, but also how we are doing it. So across the region, there's been stakeholder partnerships, innovative financing, technological investments. They're paving the way to promote sustainable development. And through partnerships, like for instance, the Energy Transition Partnership, which we are supporting in the region, we are pushing boundaries of what is possible when it comes to renewable energy. And through this initiative, we're able to show the world that sustainable development and economic growth can actually go hand in hand. But despite this progress, next slide, please. Thank you. Despite this progress that has been made in the Asia Pacific when it comes to SDG 17, more needs to be done as per the insights from UNESCAP. So some of the areas that need improvement are domestic revenue collection. Many Asia Pacific countries are falling short of their targets, particularly when it comes to tax revenue collection. And this shortfall not only impacts financial sustainability, but it also limits the ability of the nations to fund projects that they can come up with on their own. So self-funding, it's not just about money, but it's also about towards making nations independent and resilient and able to just have that autonomy to support some of the initiatives that they might come up with on their own. Another area that needs improvement is the burden of government debt. So in 2021, the debt reached an average of 49.5% of the GDP across the Asia Pacific. And in 2022, some nations actually went beyond that and they went beyond 100%. And the pressure of having such a huge debt crisis is that it puts a lot of pressure on public finances, and it also diverts resources away from crucial development projects. The other area where there needs to be improvement is investing in green technology. So everyone is committed to going green. And if you look around the room, we can see this commitment by everyone who's wearing green. If you're not wearing green, maybe you're not supporting this. But not much is being invested to promote green technology. The climate crisis continues to loom, and the need to increase funding to promote a greener future has never been more urgent. The last area where there needs to be a bit more improvement is increasing the official development assistance to the least development countries. Research has shown that this has remained stagnant from 2015 to 2021. And we need to stand together with some of the vulnerable nations across the region so that they are able to address some of the unique challenges we face, such as rising sea levels, which impact their nation's ability to have autonomy. So for instance, in the Pacific, we are working in Kiribati with support from the Australian government. And we're doing this to support a coastal protection project because there's rising sea levels, and to prevent the nation from becoming uninhabitable, we are working on nature-based initiatives to ensure that the nation does not go under. And in as much as there's gaps with implementing SDG 17, it shows the urgency to advance it, but also with challenges come opportunities. So what can young people do to promote SDG 17? You can identify, which is already some of what everyone is working with from what we have seen today. You can choose a cause that's important to you. You can volunteer. You can work with agencies that are working towards a cause that's working on some of the SDGs that are there. You can use your knowledge on digital awareness and bridge the digital divide that is existing in the region still. And also you can continue being active when it comes to youth-led organizations and networks such as this. And by developing and participating in projects aligned with SDG targets, we're not just contributing to these goals, but we're also setting the stage for a future that values every individual and the planet where we all call home. Time over. Thank you so much. In closing, I'd like to emphasize on the immense power of our collective action. SDG 17 cannot be fully actualized without collaboration across borders, and we cannot achieve the rest of the SDGs if we are not partnering with one another to have the same world where it's sustainable and inclusive for everyone. So as we move forward, let us continue nurturing partnerships at whatever level, whatever they may be, and not only amplify our voices, but also our commitment to creating a world where no one is left behind. And with our creativity, passion, and willingness to collaborate, we can and we will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. I think the most important points that are coming out of your presentation, definitely financing and financing the agenda, not just at domestic level, but also at international level. And I've also been told this it's time over. There are certain questions. What we can do coming from the virtual participants, maybe we can take just one question first. And that is coming for both Sylvia and for Bindu. This is around talking about sexual education. What would be the response when sexual education is rejected due to religious practices in particular regions? This comprehensive sexuality education and acquisition to it from religious leaders. And then there are different genders. How can we make policies gender responsive? This is a question that is coming in. Maybe you want to answer shortly, and then we can go into the next panel.
So thank you very much for that question. I think it's where we are seeing pushback the opposition is organizing quite strong. And I think one crucial area that we need to fight back, we need to fight back with facts. We need to show that evidence clearly is on our side with regard to what works and what doesn't work when it comes to sexuality education. I think there are ways to find common ground with certain constituents within the religious communities who are not completely opposing and finding those patterns to move the middle towards our agenda. I'd be happy to go into a little bit more in depth with whomever asked that question. But let me pass the mic.
Thank you, Sylvia. Maybe I can touch upon the next question. A great question, by the way, who asked on how to make our policies gender responsive. There are certain frameworks and methodologies which have been developed by different institutions, civil society organizations, but also UN agencies. Given the limited time, I won't go into step 1, step 2, step 3, but what I would like to focus on here is, I guess, again, going back to the point I made earlier, the first one is what is not measured cannot be improved. So in order to make our policy gender responsive, we need to have enough data to make sure that we can measure the progress and how gender is integrated overall in the policies. And increasingly what I have observed and as the data also supports is that a lot of the emerging areas and work, let's take an example of climate action. Of course, I work on climate change. How can I leave that? So if you look at climate change and the policies, let's talk about the nationally determined contributions, the national policy document, the guiding document prepared by countries. So if you look at those documents, not all of them are gender responsive. Some are at the initial stage of gender mainstreaming, some of them are gender sensitive, some mentions gender not at all, but we have seen gradual progress. And why is that happening? One of the key reasons is because there is no coordination between different agencies, between different ministries, between different departments, line ministries, nodal ministries, whatever the normative nodal agencies are. So one key to make sure that our policies are gender responsive, and since gender is such a cross-cutting across all the SDGs, all the development goals, and literally everything. One way to go about it, I would say, is to make sure there is a coordination, there is a holistic approach, not just the top-down approach, but the bottom-up approach as well, so that it goes hand in hand. Coordination, definitely an important, and not to forget finance. There is no enough financing to make sure that our policies are gender responsive, be it on climate change, be it on water and sanitation, be it on forestry, whatever sector. But to actually do, like make the policy gender responsive, again, there are policies and methodologies, guidelines developed, which I don't have time to go through. But yes, very happy to share more about it if you contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panel, and I would like the panel to proceed with the youth voices. I would like to invite Harshini and Shiva onto the dais.
Thank you, Sai. And thank you to all the speakers from the UN panel. Now we are moving on to our youth voices. And I would like to welcome our youth speakers for panel 3 on the stage. So we have 5 youth speakers for this panel who will focus on the progress, barriers, and recommendations for Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, Goal 17, Partnerships for the Goals, and Goal 5, Gender Equality, through the lens of young people. So to begin, let's welcome Jean Linis Dinko from the Philippines, who is joining us virtually. Jean pursued her PhD at UNSW Canberra, focusing on the analysis of government propaganda and disinformation in the context of Rohingya crisis in Myanmar. Jean was awarded by the Women in AI Ethics, TM, as one of the top women in artificial intelligence ethics globally. Jean will focus on SDG 16 and highlight how online disinformation is a threat to modern democracy and an undermining of transparency and state accountability. Over to you, Jean.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Before we start, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which I stand today, the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I also want to recognize the indigenous peoples worldwide who face ongoing oppression and dispossession by imperialist and capitalist forces. I stand in solidarity with indigenous and working class struggles and commit to challenging these injustices in my short speech today. And also, I am not representing Manushya Foundation. I work with them as a consultant, and I'm here in my own volition. So going back to the topic, digital media and us, the working class. So what I don't know about you, but I feel like I've had enough. I feel like that we are beyond the tipping point. Our digital realms have become dystopias for profit-fueled chaos. It was carefully crafted and curated by the capitalist overlords and their tech bro minions. These platforms, they're bathed in blood of the global tragedies like the Rohingya genocide, have turned suffering into a disgusting spectacle for profit. And I kid you not, this is capitalism at work, turning every click, every share into profit, regardless of the human cause. This very system thrives on exploitation. It packages our fear, our anger, our division into sellable goods. And the people behind this platform sit in their own echo chambers, detached from the consequences of their action, counting profits while the world burns. And they've turned social media into a weapon of mass manipulation. All for what? Another billion in the bank. So let's rip off the veil. These aren't just tech companies. They're fronts for the most insidious aspects of capitalism, where even our deepest sorrows are opportunities for profit. The complicity of these platforms in horrors like the Rohingya genocide is not an oversight. That is a feature of the system. That is the very feature of a business model that values clicks over lives and engagements over human rights. But here it is. The whole empire of data and dollars, it stands on a foundation. And what is that foundation? Our labor, our data, our engagement. And it's time for the workers powering these tech giants and the users to seize the reins. Unionize, demand not just fair wages, but a say in how these platforms operate, in the human rights that guide them, and in the safety of the communities they serve. Your work, you, powers the digital age, and it's time. It powers a movement for a humane technology. And to the rest of us, caught in the gears of this capitalist behemoth, it's time to withdraw our consent. Let's build and support alternative platforms, spaces that are more than just digital marketplaces for our attention, but communities that thrive on solidarity, respect, and genuine human connection. Platforms where our data isn't a commodity, but a part of our shared digital commons, protected and respected. The narratives peddled by these people in Silicon Valley, that they are heralds of progress and innovation is a smokescreen for greed. The true innovation will come from dismantling the capitalist structures that underpin the digital world, from challenging the very notion that every aspect of our lives is ripe for monetization. These tragedies, amplified by this platform, like what we've seen in Myanmar in 2017, these are not warnings. These are call to actions. We must confront this nightmare head on, challenging the very foundations it built upon. The time is now to demand a realm that serves humanity, not the other way around. Stand with us, fight with us, fight for a future where our digital worlds are spaces for liberation and not exploitation. We should reclaim the internet from the clutches of capitalism and its tech bro enforcers, because those who do not move do not notice their chains.
Thank you, Jean. So we are in an age of informational democracy where internet and technology has the most dramatic effects in shaping public opinions. So I think it's really important to discuss on how our institutions are being weakened through informational politics. So moving on to our next speaker, we have Phu Nu Win, who is a feminist and social activist. She works as a project leader and project officer in youth and adolescence related projects in Myanmar. Phu's presentation will focus on issues of young people in the war-torn areas, especially focusing on the challenges related to their sexual and reproductive health.
Hi, yeah, okay. So Resilient for Tomorrow, my title, and also our project name. And this is the only way to evolve and reward. And by the way, we applied several proposals, but we got rejected. And we got the money from the local donors and also did 2 projects. And our organization is self-funded. On the other hand, our members work hard, save money, and also did projects like that. The next slide, please. So the picture on the left depicts the map of Myanmar, illustrating the situation as of 2023. The picture on the right pinpoints our project location, situated in one of the most conflict-prone areas bordered by Thailand. As SDG 16, I won't present to cover as SD goal 16. I need you to be aware of it. On February 10, the military announced the Myanmar Military Conscription Law. Myanmar Gender declared it were and post-military service law for young people. All men aged 18 to 35 and women 18 to 27 must serve for and to 2 years. Specialized doctors signed 8 to 45 must serve for 3 years. Service can be extended up to 5 years in a state of emergency. Because of this announcement, the public was worried, and also I am, because I'm 25. I don't want to serve in the military. Before announcing the law, people they arrested the young people for any reason at any time to be used as human machine and also to carry packages like that. We cannot achieve sustainable development without privatizing SD goal 16. It's absent hampers at the country developments and create a cycle like bring us back to square one. Nevertheless, it is imperative that we strive to implement it to the fullest extent possible. Next slide, please. Okay, as a member of Asia Nawa to an FGMC, I will present a little about what is that we are not afforded the basic right to own our own bodies. Female genital mutilation cutting is nothing short of violence against women and young girls, offering no health benefit but instead posing disease such as HIV, difficulty during childbirth, infertility, urinary problems, menstrual issues, sexual dysfunction, mental health challenges, trauma, and tragically even death. The solution to end FGMC are clear to both community and government, but was crucial to empowerment or adolescent youth and elderly LGBTQI individuals and those with disability. I emphasize this inclusivity because in Myanmar, conversation about youth often neglect the needs or other marginalized groups. In the midst of all the political news, the struggle of women and girls often get overlooked. They deal with menstrual problems regularly, which became even harder to manage due to the conflict in the country. For those who are displaced and living in the camp or forest, getting sanitary pads and hygiene products is tough because they have no income, few store around, and price and height. Plus, without proper sanitation facility, they can even use cloth pads or menstrual cups safely to make matter worse. Many of them don't have access to clean waters because most of the people from Myanmar are displaced people. Even though we are living in the revolutionary state, a gender lens does not appear to have been systematically applied to social protection, intervention, and politics. You all know by the end of 2023, most of the social activists and feminists did the Money exhibition where the women in Bangkok. Money means all male or men only panels. Money exhibition means to be aware of diversity, to be inclusive of all genders, women participation. Between 2021 to 2023, we see more and more panels filled with men. Based on what happened to say the children which carry out issue facing organization, I will explain that. Based on what happened to see the children which carry out humanitarian work in Kyakin State, our region, Eastern Myanmar, say the children said two staff members were missing after the attack in Myanmar and their private car was a silver that were found, and 27 dead bodies were found. If you look at what happened to say the children organization, you will know that organization are not stay at this time. This is why most of the group on the ground have to hide their organization names. So they have to face a lot of limitation like to apply proposal or to get budgets like that. Even though I'm working on development issues, I cannot live without living in the empath. We are working beyond what we can do, just like that young people are actively participating in the development of the country. If you ask me why we have to choose a water region, I have to say that Yangon, my country, where I live, is comfortable is that for the economic crisis and security concern. However, the water area have no internet before. And poor transportation, so the situation even worse when this kind of war is happening again at the time when development is low. So my recommendations, so collaborate with that, like organization who are working on the ground. So to achieve the SDGs goals, need to collaborate with those who are working on the ground, not those who exploit politics, and also empower. All women and girls must be empowered for now and the future. All other people are talking about the future, not now. So we need to empower now. And on giving access, only access information is service to protect themselves and also ourselves like that. So thank you.
Thank you, Phew. Indeed, access to SRHR services and information is often neglected in crisis and emergency situations. We have also witnessed this during the COVID-19 pandemic. This leaves many young people, especially women, people who are sexually marginalized, people with disabilities, and others in a vulnerable position. And as such, the need to prioritize SRHR services and information seems to be crucial during these times. Now we welcome Ms. Nodira Tilayeva. Nodira is from Uzbekistan, who is leading specialist in the Center for Space Monitoring and Geoinformation Technologies under the Uzbek National Space Agency. Today, she will be focusing on data-driven solutions from a youth perspective. Over to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nadira, and so I am from Uzbekistan, the heart of Central Asia, and I work as a data scientist at Uzbek Space National Agency. Also, I represent women in STEM from my country, which is a really important problem in our region as well. Next slide. An interesting fact about me, I love data, and more than data, I love implementing it into our everyday lives, solving problems around us by creating innovations and different startups. Next. From waste sorting mechanisms to smart parking systems, in my university lives, I was involved in a lot of startups and projects, and by utilizing data. Next. In 2021, though, I became really interested in space and satellites, and that's why I took part in the project organized by UNICEF in Uzbekistan, where 20 female engineers had access to learn about satellite building and launching it, and after that, analyzing the data out of it. But while working on these projects, I realized that it is impossible to implement them without gathering data and from our communities. And due to the lack of data and the lack of digitalization, even the solutions that I had were quite impossible to implement. And it's the saddest part about it. Next one. Oh, can you go back? Yeah, and the lack of digitalization comes from different reasons, including technological limits. Please remember about this. I'm going to talk about more on this one. From bureaucracy and skill gap of population for whom we are creating this technology. Next. So I want to show how numbers actually can help us with the problems on the example of the RLC crisis. Maybe some of you heard about this. RLC crisis is connected to the RLC. Wow. And the RLC is called the sea, even though it's a lake, because of its huge volume. In the next slide, you can see how it changed throughout the years because of the irrational usage of water resources. And as an analogy, for example, when we're children, we always look at the mirror, and from day one to the next day, we don't see changes. But if I was, for example, to measure my height every month, I would see that eventually I have grown. And this is something that happened with this crisis. People did not see that problem was severe until it became a crisis. Next one. Oh, no, it's okay. And that's the question I don't really like because it's really sad. But what if we had some technology to monitor changes in the RLC? And guess what? Basically, that's what we do in our National Space Agency. And that's the software we've built to monitor changes in a lot of the water bodies in our country so that if there is a change, negative change, we can take actions upon it. Next. An interesting thing, I told you about technological limitations. Uzbekistan doesn't have satellites, so how do we get data and how do we utilize it to monitor our water bodies? We use the power of open source. We utilize open source technology and open source data sets. And then we do the magic with AI and create insights on agriculture, ecology, seismology, you name it. Next. And why I want to talk about the importance of the open source is that it fosters collaboration and it reduces the cost of technology and clears the limitations that we have because of technology. Next. And my recommendations would be, first of all, to support youth initiatives and startups, because this is the reason why you think about data and how to utilize it. Also, we need to simplify the bureaucratic policies that we have in our countries by digitalization and implementing simple technologies to make our lives easier. And also, we should train people to use technology in our communities for our best. And next one. Do we have? And of course, collaborate between different institutions, agencies, so that we can all contribute to the development of digitalization and the clear boundaries that lack of data brings to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nodira, for highlighting the importance of data, digital literacy, and access to technology in solving new age problems. So I would like to request Sharmeen Akhtar Dolon, who is a disability rights advocate from Bangladesh, to present on the intersection of Goal 5 and Goal 16, with a focus on the lived realities of young people with disabilities. Sharmeen is currently the project coordinator of Women with Disabilities Development Foundation. Welcome, Sharmeen. Do you all of you see me? But my because my height is not so smart. Hello, everyone. Just for my interest, I want to know that only for participant who are working for disability inclusion. Please raise your hand. Oh, some people are working disability inclusion. Yes, actually persons with disabilities and the community are more marginalized in our society. That is why today my speech and another speaker speech is different, because today I would like to share my barriers as a woman with disabilities and as a student with disabilities and as a children with disabilities. So firstly, I would like to thank you, Youth Forum and Arrow, for inviting me and having me this opportunity to say something. Actually, I feel honored to be standing here. I have been discriminated since my very young age. I was born in a middle class family where a girl child is not liked by her family members. There I was born as a girl child with disabilities. Many of my family members told my parents to throw me in the dustbin because I was burden on our family. But my parents were determined to educate me and make me independent. For that purpose, when they took me to school, many government school refused me to admit it in this school because I have a disability. But my parents did not get struck with that. They made me pass secondary school certificate. And then when I applied my higher secondary school education, the principal of this college do not agree me to admitted his college because I have a disability. But I was determined. But I will study in science department. But the principal won't admit me because I have a disability. Later on, I talked to Ashrafur Nahar Mishti, Executive Director of Women with Disabilities Development Foundation, WDDF, about the college admission. I told her that the principal of that college was not admitting me because of my disability. Then she conducted lots of advocacy with the principal several times, and later the principal admitted me to college. I faced a lot of barrier in education since my education system in my childhood. As the school I attended had no ramp or lift. Being a student with disabilities and as a woman with disabilities, I faced many obstacles in society. So after finished my graduation, I joined Women with Disabilities Development Foundation because I want to work for women with disabilities in our society to live their barrier-free life. In our country, lack of opportunities to women and women with disabilities to join educational system and employment. Yes, better. In SDG Goal 5 says that gender equality, and SRHR and Goal 16 says that peace and justice and strong institute. But in our country context, we faced lot of barriers to achieve this goal, such as lack of awareness, social prejudice, lack of disability understanding, lack of access to justice, and lack of social barriers. Based on those barriers, I recommended some important issues. Those are by increasing the by increasing the leadership building skills of all youth and youth with disabilities. Number one. Number two, all public and private institutions, including workplace, educational institute, judiciary, should be made women and women with disabilities friendly. And number three, and most important, is that youth and youth with disabilities should be included in policy making. And finally, I can say that gender discrimination creates barrier to social development. Most all persons, male and female, try to make multicultural discrimination and barriers which cause gender-based violence against women and harm for continuous development. That hinders the process and development of women with disabilities. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sharmeen, for raising such an important issue. Definitely, we cannot achieve gender equality if we do not include young people with intersectionalities in development and policy making. On that note, we have Chontita, our final speaker for the panel. So Chontita is a dedicated feminist activist from Thailand and a project manager at Tam Tam Group. She is committed to challenging stigma and dispelling myths surrounding abortion. Her presentation will focus on access to abortion as a sexual and reproductive justice and how the failure to ensure its access impedes the realization of SDGs.
So, hi, my name is Niap. That's my nickname, or you can call me Shankita. But today, I would like you to know me as a woman who had to travel for 160 kilometers to access to safe and free abortion service because there was none in my province, even though I lived in Bangkok. And now I'm working to make sure that no one deserves to go through the same experience that I had. I would like to talk about, the picture on the first slide a bit. It's the feminist, the painting called Keep Angry and Carry Hope. It's painted by a feminist artist that we've been working with. So I think it captures our situation and what we are trying to do. Next slide. So what makes us angry? You can see at the green side, it's the progress of Thai law. So Thai has legalized abortion, the unreplaced abortion. You don't have to have the medical conditions up to the gestational age of 20 weeks. And there's no gestational limits if you are, if you have the fetus malfunction, if you're raped, or if you have the physical or mental issues with the pregnancy. So the law is open. And also we have the budget. The government has sponsored us the abortion service inside the hospital. So that means that in Thailand, abortion can be free. It's possible. But what prevents us from being in the green area is the white area. The truth is, only rich people can access to safe abortion in Thailand. That's because there are very few public hospitals that are registered with the government to receive that subsidy because they were afraid of the baby ghost. And we have private clinics, of course, but it's very expensive. It is 15 times of the minimum wage per day here. So that's very difficult for people who are poor to access the safe and free service. Next slide. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I would like to address that. What prevents us to go to the green area is, if you can see the pink line. The pink line is abortion stigma. I don't want to repeat what stigma has been created about abortion because I don't want to give the space here. But we all know, right, what has been taught about abortion. And that stigma has been created and echoed until it's a wall for every woman to access the free service, the dignified service. Next slide, please. So we need to recognize that stigma walls, especially the stigma walls among the service providers and policymakers. What we must do is, as a person, you can disagree with abortion. You can very hate, very believe in baby ghost. It's up to you. It's personal. But as a state providers, as a state governors, as medical providers, as international agencies, including the UNFPA, it's your duty to provide choices for people. The choices that doesn't limit it to having babies. We need to recognize abortion as a right and choice. And we need to assist people to have that choice, that they decide on their own. The second is, information is very important to fight against the stigmas. We need to address that it is literally safe for people to access to safe abortion. Because there are many doctors in Thailand that try to say that, oh, it's very dangerous to have abortion. We need to bust them with the truth, with the information. And we have to repeat that you have the right to access to it. And in some country like Thailand, you have the right to access to the free service as well. And the last thing is, you have to expand the service, make it available, make it affordable, or better, make it free, like in Thailand. Because there's no sustainable development, there's no gender equality without safe abortion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chompita. Definitely everyone should have access to basic health services. That should also include stigma-free SRHR services for all young people. We would like to now open the floor for maybe one or two questions. And I am handing over to my colleague Harshani here for taking the question.
Hello, everybody. So we can have 2 questions from the floor. You can raise your hand so we can pass the mic to you. Do we have any questions? Meanwhile, for our virtual participants, if you have a question, please put it in the chat so we can pick it up for you.
Thank you. So we were talking about what we can measure is what we can improve. So this question is for Nadira. So you've created technology to measure, collect data, and measure rates of declining water bodies in your country. So how can you manage or improve that issue using the data you've collected? Thank you.
You mean what do we do with this data?
Yes.
Mostly we connect with the agencies that help us prevent this problem, and they are actually the ones that come up with the plan for this software, and then we just help them make it happen. And afterwards, after we submit the data, they do it all themselves. They control the irrational behavior, and then they control their consumption. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have another question. Yeah.
Sorry, though. Uh, Thank you very much. So my question is on a safe abortion aspect. So while everyone deserves a safe abortion space, I'm wondering, like, because especially here in Bangkok, you said that some doctors, they say like, oh, it's very dangerous. So they are specialists and they might be saying it from the fact. And I mean, like, as a safe abortion advocate, how do you measure or ensure that this abortion is actually safe or not safe? Thank you.
Yeah, so actually we call that misinformation because imagine the fetus. I had abortion when I was 8 or 9 weeks. GA, it's about this side. Only the tip of my finger. But imagine the baby, sorry. It's around this side. So the bigger, the more dangerous, right? So, but the picture of abortion in the media has been like the blood, scream, cry. So it's the information that is mixed with the myth is the misinformation. So we are trying. There are many research that proves that abortion is safe. I'm not speaking on my own thinking, but I'm also based on the research paper as well. And we are trying to use that knowledge that mixed with our own experiences to fight against the misinformation. I don't know if that answers you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have one question from our virtual participant. How do we ensure that the correct information reaches to those who are underprivileged in the digital divide?
I think that's for
Any of
me.
you can take the question, yes.
Could you repeat the question?
So the question is, how do we ensure that correct information reaches to those who are underprivileged in the digital divide?
I think that's question more for the first speaker, but I can try to answer this. If they're talking about the information for the technology and how do we ensure that our data is used with purpose, I think it quite depends on the reason why we are developing it and ensuring it. There might be some like security concerns about this question, but mostly we try to take the data, only the data that we need and utilize it while eliminating any security concerns.
Thank you. I think we can take 2 more questions from the floor. Yes, please.
Hello, thank you for acknowledging my question. My name is Lorenzo. I'm from the Philippines. My question is generally for all of the panelists, but also those focusing on gender equality, disability inclusion, and safe abortion. How is your work and engagement with media institutions? Because much of the backward movements that we have been seeing are actually contributed by misrepresentation in media, misinformation in social media, and all sorts of those. So how is your current work and engagement with media institutions on fighting the stigma? Thank you.
Hello, G. Can you hear us? Any of the panelists would like to take the question?
So actually, it might be a lucky of Thailand that in the recent years there were like a demonstration of the youth people, and it was like a turning point of the people's thought in the society. They're more progressive, they're more open, and also they like the progressive thought were encouraged by the media as well. We have the progressive media. We just have to find them. So we find them and we try to like work with them. At first, we assist them with the information because of course they're like us. We've grown in the stigmatized society, so we have to like exchange our experience, exchange our knowledge with them. And then once they understand, they will be the one who would speak for us. That's how we try to work with the media. Just find your partner and work with them.
Thank you so much. We can take one question. The floor, just one question. I think maybe to the back. Yes.
Thank you. I also had a question around safe abortions because, like, even in Pakistan, this is like a topic that I had been working on. And there's a pattern that I have noticed in my country, and I just wanted to ask that if it's the same in Thailand. So, for example, in Pakistan, in the last 10 years, the contraceptive prevalence rate has stayed the same. Like, people are not increasing their uptake of contraception, but the use of abortion pills has gone really high. It's almost as if people are using abortion as a form of contraception now because there's not enough awareness. So is it also like a similar pattern that you see in Thailand? And if it is, then are you also working on awareness on that end? Or is it only on like service delivery end?
I feel very popular today. So yeah, of course protection is the best, right? We have to protect at all costs before we reach this decision point. But I'm not sure if we have the same statistic, but there is a new interpretation of abortion pills as another form of the contraceptive as well. So I think the line is kind of blurred, but of course we are trying to encourage people to use the contraceptive, not only women, because it's tricky that when you talk about abortion, the contraceptive can be seen as a punishment to the woman. Like you fail in the like protection, so you must be blamed. But it's not. It's actually it's the like how we can take care, the holistic care of abortion. And I would like to address that when we talk about contraceptive after abortion or before abortion, even, we need to provide women's choices, because like in Thailand, it happens that women have to have the implant contraceptive or they will be denied the service of abortion. So yeah, that's very tricky, the line between the contraception and abortion. But yeah, I would like to address my same point that we must have the choices to choose either abortion, like choices. Sorry.
Thank you so much. I think we have to wrap up the session here, but we really encourage everybody. If you have a question, please use the whiteboards and put it there. Then you can connect with the panelists later on as well. And thank you all the panelists for this insightful sharing. And we really appreciate your sharing. This is what we all are working for. And to close the session, we have to say that we have one more session to go, which will be taken over by Evie. So Evie, please, floor is yours. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, everybody. How are we doing near the end of day one? Can you see me? Okay. Okay, so this last session we'll be doing is focused on the call to action. And this will be more of a discussion session rather than presentation. So, okay, just start up. Hi, everyone. My name is Evie. My pronouns are she, her. And I'm a senior program officer with Arrow. I'll be leading the call to action team alongside the working group of Shiva, Palden, Maria, Vikrant, Binka, and Shah. Next slide, please. So I'm sure by now you've been hearing us talk about the call to action a lot over the course of the day. But some of you might be wondering, what exactly is the call to action? So basically the call to action is the outcome document of this entire event. It will encompass our joint recommendations for the SDGs under review for the year, and we'll pull together our collective voices and demands for what the youth in this region see as our priority recommendations and actions. Yeah, so as you can see here, this is the first page of the call to action over the previous 3 years, 2021, 2022, 2023. And as we bring together your recommendations based on the next 3 days of discussions, we will be making 2024's call to action. Next slide, please. And then, so the regional call to action will be developed by the working group team led by myself and Shiva. But now we also have the country call to action. So these will be developed directly by you in the discussion sessions that we'll be having today and also tomorrow and on the last day. So what you'll be doing to develop these country call to actions is that you'll get in these discussion groups. I've assigned country call to action facilitators for each country. So they will lead your discussions and put all your discussions together in a draft working document that will be later sent to us, the team, and we'll put it all together for you in this, in this nice layout and everything. And then you can use it for your future advocacy purposes at the global and the national level. Next slide, please. I won't really go through this because we've been discussing it throughout the day, but these are the SDGs you'll be focusing on in your discussions, and your recommendations will be focused on these SDGs specifically. Next slide. Okay, so this is the breakout room discussion, how we've divided it. Some countries have fewer participants, so some of the countries have been put together in one group. But as you can see here, so Afghanistan, the country facilitators, Afghanistan will be led by Mazia and Sakina. Azerbaijan will be led by Hassan and Jawahir. Will be led by Manisha, Bhutan by Palden, Cambodia by Steve Singh and Chantara Peach. Central Asia will be led by Munk and Nodira. And so for Central Asia, all the participants from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, Russia, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan will join this group. Then for China, we have Jiangyi and Steve Chun. I'm so sorry if I'm saying your names wrong. For Indonesia, we will have Fitria and Indra leading the call to action. Next slide. Oh yeah. For India, it will be led by Lina and Karan. For Iran, by Hadise. For Japan, Jin. Laos, Mayu, Malaysia, Brunei, and Singapore will all be together in one group, led by Masya and Beverly. Myanmar will be led by Furu and Shah. Nepal will be led by Anjali, Shilpa, and Anu. Nepal is a really big group. So please make sure your discussions, inclusive of everybody online and physical as well. Oceania will be Fiji, Kiribati, and Tonga together in one group. It will be led by Ala and Suliati. Pakistan will be led by Maria and Sila. Papua New Guinea will be led by Marisha and Naomi. Philippines by Chinito. Solomon Islands by Miriam. Sri Lanka and Maldives will be together in one group, led by Nilupuli and Fatima. And Timor-Leste will be led by Antero and Jolita. And finally, Vietnam will be led by Nong Vu Hong and Dong Li Huyen. For anybody from Australia and Thailand, if you would like to lead those groups, please come and talk to me because I haven't been able to assign anybody to these two countries yet. So just come and talk to me after this. So what you're going to do now is get into your groups by country as listed here. Your country facilitators will take the lead on the discussion. And please make sure there's a laptop at each table so that those joining virtually can also join your discussion. Any questions? Okay, then you can get in your groups for now. Everybody on Zoom, you can click into your country's breakout room. Yeah. Country facilitators, I have sent you an email with the Zoom link so you can connect to the online people. Yeah, so I just when you okay, no worries. এখানে রহমান ভাই আপনি কি জয়েন হয়েছিলেন? এখানে রহমান ভাইয়া আমি আপনাকে আবার Hi, everybody. You have about 15 more minutes. You'll have more time to discuss in your groups tomorrow as well. Yeah. Hi, everybody. It's 6:30. So we're going to close the session for today. You will have more time tomorrow to talk about it more. So I think for today, this is the end of the session. So you can, you can be free to do as you please. But the only thing is, all the innovators who are part of the exhibition tomorrow, can you please just stay back for a little bit to talk to Sai and Shamla about tomorrow? Yeah. And also tomorrow for the welcome dinner, we have told you that you can wear traditional wear. You don't have to wear it the whole day because we had some questions about this. You don't have to wear it in the morning if you don't want to. You will have time after the sessions to change before the welcome dinner. All right? Yeah. The dinner is tomorrow. The dinner is tomorrow night. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I can't hear. Oh, repeat. The dinner part? Everybody, the welcome dinner is tomorrow night, not tonight. So if you want to wear traditional clothes for the dinner, you will have time to change after the sessions tomorrow before the dinner. Okay? Innovators, please stay back after this. For all of you on Zoom, we'll be closing the Zoom now. We'll reconnect tomorrow.